watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good morning and welcome. We are off and running here on a very important third day for the 7th stop of the year on the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite from Lake Tenkiller in Oklahoma. Our live coverage for you today is sponsored by T.H. Marine, and we are so happy to have you with us in this beautiful, beautiful part of the country. It's kind of hidden away, maybe overlooked by some, and what a fishery. This has been a terrific test for the best in the business. Nobody's left out of the possibilities here. Everyone has caught a limit in this tournament. That is a unique situation in with that right there. And we have a lot of opportunity available for the 10 anglers who can be the very best on this day, because they'll travel to Championship Sunday tomorrow and have a shot at a championship on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Top 50 competing today. We had the top full field of 101 competing over the first 2 days of competition. We are going to have a barn burner today with different conditions each and every day, pretty much day behind different conditions each and every hour of this tournament so far.
Yeah, we knew this coming into the tournament, but it's been more extreme than we expected. The water level has been going up and down for the last month here on Lake Tenkiller, but especially in the last few days, some unexpected changes, a lot more rain yesterday than expected. Thought the water level would be going down yesterday, today, and tomorrow, but it looks like it's coming up. It came up about 3 or 4 inches overnight.
All right, we'll see what that brings to bear on the results that we see this morning. I can tell you, give you a little spoiler alert, they are catching them fast and furious, even as we just started just a few minutes ago. The takeoff from Chicken Creek boat ramp, which was moved from the original location because of high water at the first day of competition here. Only 13,000 acres in Lake Tenkiller, and that is a very essential part of the story here as well. Here's Gerald Swindle from yesterday's weigh-in. Came in 10th place with 17 pounds and 11 ounces on day number 2. Kyle Welcher, who not only broke but shattered a record that many thought would never be broken earlier this season. In 9th place, Jordan Lee, our angler who's one of 4 in history to win back-to-back Bassmaster Classics, coming in 8th place. We got the Johnston brothers, Davey, 2 guys who have changed the landscape in professional fishing over the last 6-7 years.
Yeah, and Corey Johnson, a great day yesterday. Chris Johnson, also a great day, changing things up in the Angler of the Year race.
Wes Logan, who won his only elite title in a kind of a similar sort of a setup here. There's Trey McKinney, always dangerous here. In the last year and a half plus, he has been something else. Bob Downey having a great tournament here. One of the solid anglers of the last 6 years on the Elite Series. And Keith Combs, a veteran of 15 years on the Bassmaster Elite Series. It's been a while since his last victory, but he may be onto something this week. And a rookie on top of the leaderboard, grew up fishing the West, now lives in Gunnersville, Alabama, Andrew Lober.
What a day he had yesterday, 19 pounds. Oh, what a 2 days he had. It's been tough to figure out how to catch those 3 to 5 pound fish like Keith Combs and Andrew Loberg have done, but they have definitely got something figured out. We're going to have cameras with them all day long today and hopefully learn their secrets.
The top 10 has a lot of variety in there. Why don't we just get out to our leader to start the day for the second day in a row, I should say, Andrew Loberg. This was earlier.
That is number 1. 5 are always the hardest to catch. So we got that out of the way.
See Andrew starting around a marina, some boat docks. The shad spawn has been a big key to his success in the
We got
morning.
into a marina this morning. I've been starting in here the last couple days. Kind of got a little shad spawn going on. Caught 2 small ones so far, which is cool. It's good to see that there's still some activity and still some fish moving around in here. But just kind of pick through this pretty good. The first day I just went from dock to dock, but yesterday I had a couple bites kind of in between on some of these bushes and stuff. So the water's come up a little bit, which is good. So hopefully the fish kind of recognize what's going on and will kind of follow suit there. So we're just gonna kind of fish around and see what feels good, and after we get done with this marina, we're gonna go flip or really just whatever looks good. We've got the lake's changing. Kind of surprised it's not as dirty up here, which is cool, I guess. But yeah, we're just gonna keep keep grinding away.
Think you learned something from the first 2 days that you can use, or you just still?
Totally, yeah. I mean, definitely eliminate some water. I noticed like the last couple of days, it seems like there's way more bait on the upper end of the lake up shallow than there is down the lake. So it seems like the shallower fish want to bite better up here. And I think there's only so much habitat down up in this part of the river that they can get in. So it's a little bit easier trying to figure out a shallow bite than it is down the lake. Down the lake's kind of a nightmare. So I'm just gonna stay up here and fish some new water and hope we get 5 in the boat.
It's a great setup for us, the fans, because there's so many ways, so many different approaches these guys can take, and you're never going to be far from anyone who's really catching them on this thing. That's one that we go to places that are gigantic. You can go off and get lost and just have your tournament wiped out. Everyone who's in here feels like they've got a shot at it today.
Yeah, absolutely. And you want a strategy going into any tournament, but a lake as small as Tenkiller, only about 13,000 acres, like you mentioned, there's extra strategy. Trying to figure out something a little different on a small body of water is obviously difficult. But one big key to Andrew's success is he's fishing on the upper end of the lake, where most of the anglers said coming into the first day of the event, thought that area was blown out, too dirty, and the high water was an issue. But that's the way that Andrew has been able to separate himself from the majority of the crowd, and being able to catch those little bit bigger fish, the 3 to 4 pound fish every now and then, obviously a big key.
We'll have our eyes on Andrew Loberg, the rookie all day today. Could be the 3rd rookie winner of the season here in 2025 for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Second place, Keith Combs now live.
That's a little better. That's a little better. Oh, black gums. That's a chunker, dude. That's a chunker. That's the limit. 1, 2, 3. 2 little babies. All right. All right. Yeah.
Goal for every angler coming in is to catch a 5-fish limit, and it's unusual, but every angler so far has been able to do that here at Lake Tenkiller.
That's phenomenal. Keith Combs with the limit, as we're seeing the highlights of that achievement so early on this day 3.
Keith Combs, known as a cranking specialist. It's no surprise to see him throwing a square bill crankbait. Throwing a 1.5 Strike King square bill crankbait, also a 2.5 and a 4.0 a little bit.
Keith Combs, known, I guess, primarily as a big bass specialist from down in Texas, but he's, I think he's all in on this one. There's not going to be any 8-pounders, 9-pounders on this one, but
but it's all
he's
relative.
in for the better ones. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly right. It's all about where you are, and the competition is going to be tough.
Good one.
Jordan Lee.
Picking a big bass. That's
There's a
certainly
chunk.
above average.
Nice. I need to slow down. That's a 30-something. Man, that's a chunk. I need to slow down. I just had a smallmouth and I need to go real slow. That's one we're gonna weigh in for sure. Oh yeah, 340. Yeah, that's a good one right there. Tenkiller. Look at that, just football, man. There we go.
Well, that's the gold standard right there. 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and above. That's what you want in your live weight.
If you can average that, you're certainly going to be in contention on Championship Sunday. Keith Combs with a 5-pounder yesterday, the biggest fish so far. But that 3, like you mentioned, Tommy, a 3 1/4, 3 3/4 pound bass is absolute gold here if you can catch 5 of them.
been pointed out already at the weigh-in, you know, the guys who have not gotten to where they wanted to be in this tournament say, I just couldn't get the tiny ones out of my live well. You're not going to get any giants, but you need to get rid of the small ones.
Yes.
Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade as best you can.
As we talk about the last time we were here at Lake Tenkiller, 2019, 6 seasons ago, there were only 3 anglers in our top 10 who were even on the Elite Series then. And
Wow.
think about just in the last 6 years, the influx we've had, the turnover, the high level of rookies and young anglers coming in. Combs and the Johnston brothers were the only 3 anglers in our Elite Series field. Combs made a top 10, Corey Johnston made a top 10, and they're both there right now after 2 days.
There's Kyle Welcher, got a win under his belt this season, Pasquotank River, Albemarle Sound, North Carolina. Smashed the record book there as far
Yes,
as
he did.
margin of victory.
That's the kind, baby boy. That's the kind. Look at that. A little mayor to the face, son. Can't get him unhooked. Finally set the hook and didn't eject him. I was like, there we go. Oh. Dang, start the day with a dang 3-pounder, son. They're so skinny here, you gotta catch like big ones for them to be 3-pounders. They're crazy. Get us a cool tag out of here so I keep my.
Kyle's big day was day number 1 when he had almost 16 pounds. That's a pretty sporty weight around here, to be sure. Let's get started now with our newly recognized leader, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, Canada's Chris Johnston.
Take that one. I thought I had one bump it there a couple of casts ago. This is where I caught him schooling pretty good, so day 1, if there's enough water in there. There's a couple. It's a decent one. Take 5 of those.
We had 4 ties, Tommy. 4 anglers tied for the final camera after day 1 for 6.
Oh, yeah.
All 4 of them caught them good enough to get on camera for day 2.
Made 'em
Normally
mad.
you see somebody flip and drop. All 4 of those guys stayed in contention and are on camera today.
So many unique aspects, dimensions of this tournament right here. We're gonna have a big time today. This is, you got a taste of it right there. Jordan Lee was saying slow down. We're saying slow down. We want to show everything and we don't have enough time to do that. That's a good problem to have. We'll be right back to Lake Tenkiller. The 2025 Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. So great to have you with us here at Bassmaster Live this morning. A very important day. We're going to take our field from 50, newly pared down to 50, take it all the way down to 10. At the end of today, it's very, very important to be in that 10. That's the only way you can notch a championship. Very hard to win a championship on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Our TH Marine Weather Watch maybe a little bit more favorable conditions today. They spent a lot of their day wrapped up in their rain gear and fighting some heavy-duty downpours, maybe a little even thunder and lightning yesterday. They have a better outlook today. There will be some passing showers. High of 85, low of 68. That's a little bit on the cool side. It's time of year in this part of the country, and it's a beautiful part of the country. If you can take a look at some of the action from yesterday, that was a very familiar sight. I mean, there were creeks where there weren't creeks before. Time we got into the thick of it yesterday, but these guys toughed it out. They know how to deal with that. They know when to get off the water when you hear some electricity popping around.
Yeah, the lightning got pretty severe in some areas. When a lead angler goes to the bank with, for shelter with everything that's on the line, you know, it's cracking around pretty good.
Yeah, there's some real caution to be taken out there. That's our 10 anglers we're in the boat with all day long. You can stay with us a lot Saturday morning. Bob Downey from Minnesota having a great tournament here.
Bob flipping a brown flipping jig and swimming a white jig early in the morning. Flipping jig here.
Broke my rod. Oh, that was my fault.
Oh boy.
Got caught high sticking. Man, that one was way back in there. Oh, a little better one. Dang it. That was totally my fault. There we go. 2.5. That's a nice one. That's more the kind we need. That one was way up in there. Well, this is a prototype rod that I've had for like 4 years. They got it as a prototype and I just continued to use it and it's worked great. But when you boat flip fish, if you get your rod too much straight up and down like that, like I did, you have a tendency to snap them at the top, and that was my fault. But that fish was way back in there under that sawdust, and that was kind of a deal in practice when the water was up and coming up, so they get back in those sawdust mats. And today, this morning so far, they've kind of been in those, shallower than normal, I would say, but the water has come up and stabilized a little bit, so these fish seem to maybe be moving up with the water, because when it was dropping I kind of had to be on the outside stuff, like flipping more of this woody stuff on the outside. But we had that big rain yesterday and the water's come up just a tish, and I'm sure it's maybe rising here all today, so we'll have to kind of keep that honest, is, you know, get way back in the junk right where that one was, because that's further back than I had been catching them, like definitely the first day or two of the, and you know, kind of yesterday too. But that's just a tip for you guys that fish bodies of water that fluctuate a lot. You know, most of you probably know it, but those of you who don't, if you get a big rain and the water comes up, a lot of times those fish are just going to go with the water, especially on river systems or reservoirs. When it drops, you know, they're going to follow it out. So I might have to keep this stuff kind of back, you know, back behind the woody bushes honest today, because that one came in about a foot of water, maybe a foot and a half. stuff that we kind of bypassed the last couple days because I felt like they'd be funneling out with the drop in water, but every day's a new day here on Tenkiller this week. So it's definitely the shallow bite, we're having to stay on our toes for sure.
Bob Downey doing our job for us right there. Giving us a perfect update on where we are with the water level and how to catch them.
Yes.
Winners, that was excellent stuff. Hope everybody took note of that.
He did a great job explaining it to a T. It's all about being efficient with your time. You've got an 8-hour day. You want to keep your bait in an area where the fish are. They've been moving a lot here this week.
Trey McKinney with a keeper here. That's a good, chunky looking one there.
Spotted bound.
Yeah.
No, I'm just gonna cast it one more time at this little school here, and then I'll go.
Trey, one of the few anglers to get over 17 pounds for a single day. Here he did that on day one. Kind of had to struggle a little bit yesterday.
I just remembered I saw like 5 or 6 when we came through this yesterday, and I was like, yeah, I better cast at it.
He did have a slower day yesterday, but the camera that we had out there, he did better than any other anglers fishing offshore. I think the rain and the rising water really hurt those anglers like Trey that are fishing off the bank, not in the bushes or the marina areas.
Back out to the leader, Andrew Lowberg. Well, I should say second place now. You have Keith Combs catching a good one a few minutes ago.
Not big, but I think it's a keeper. Yeah. Getting a couple bites. They just gotta grow up a little bit. Actually, a lot of it. Yeah, it is. Those are gonna be a handful. Getting out of the live well.
Well, there we go.
A little bit bigger. It's a nice, decent spot. Wish he was fat. 180. 180? Mm-hmm. Ow. Number 4. One more for a 5 bass limit. I know.
You got it all day, bro.
Yeah.
A couple more added by Lowberg there. Let's get back to Trey McKinney. Three fish in the live well for him.
Mentioned that the offshore fishermen seemed to have a difficult time yesterday. Rain, clouds, low light the whole day. Once again, Tenkiller is very different looking, a lot more sunshine today, and be interesting to see if the water continues to rise or if it starts falling again.
Not not a bad one. Take him. Lock. Lock.
A couple anglers from the 30s, Shane LaHue and Logan Latuso, filled their limits pretty quickly and got into our top 10. Carl Jacobson, our winner in 2019, he was in there, but I think Latuso knocked him out. He's knocking on the door, though, to get to tomorrow.
You're gonna have to earn it this week, no doubt.
Little. Keep, but that's all it does. Feels like a better one. Mm-hmm. Come off in the boat, baby. Huh. 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 Gotta be careful doing that. Gotta be careful. That's a pretty one right there. A little bit of good luck this morning. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. About a 2.5 for a 12-incher.
12 inches the limit for all three subspecies of bass here. Largemouth, smallmouth, spotted bass.
Good start for Logan. Wes Logan there, he's been able to get a good limit early and then upgrade late in the day, better than anyone else in our top 10. Got some good luck going for him today when they fall off in the boat.
Yeah, that's
a good thing.
It's a good sign. Keith Combs, good sign as well, catching very well this morning, well enough to overtake our leader, Andrew Loberg, and those two still separate from the rest of the field by a good bit. Tonight is baseball night in America on Fox. And historic rivals are at it again as Aaron Judge and the Yankees take on Rafael Devers and the Red Sox, or the Padres battle the Diamondbacks. Check local listings for the game in your area tonight, 7 Eastern on Fox. Big night on the Diamond, and we are in a real gem of a playing field here in Lake Tenkiller. Not very big, but very, very powerful in terms of numbers of bass, of opportunities for anglers to change their reality in a short order out here. We have seen some big flurries already today. It's probably just the tip of the iceberg as 50 anglers battle it out here. Semi-final Saturday. Here's Jordan Lee.
Point. Chilling. What'd I say? He's gonna be out there in that point chilling. Wasn't a monster, but he was there. Nice home. Just little. I flipped in there, my line just, it slowed down, but it just kept going. Pound and a half. So I got 3 we can get rid of. And we got 1. We got 1 nice one. Getting some bites though. That's a great example of being dialed in. He called where that fish was going. All that cover in the water, and he called where that fish was going to be before he fished in there.
Trey McKinney, this was just a couple of minutes ago.
I had to tease him last second. Made that crucial twitch. Yeah, dude, we're racking up the bigs. No. 5 for 8.
Also, a few minutes ago, Kyle Welcher.
I thought for a sec that was him. He's fat, but he is a 1 pounder. Is he even 12? He's so fat I don't making me doubt it. Yeah. Let me get a cool tag out of here.
If you're just joining us and wondering why 2019's version of Tenkiller was tougher, remember that was the fall, which is a tougher transition period than maybe right now. And the size limit was so much bigger, 16 inches, 12 inches now. The population here at Tenkiller has exploded.
1 1/4, but he was not.
Fish like that were not keepers in 19 and are now keepers.
Kyle Welcher, a guy who will fish a marina if there's one available.
Oh, yeah.
It's got some fish around it. He is. He gets a lot of his mail at marinas, that's for sure.
He does. You have to be a very good caster to fish around marinas under these slips and these boats that are up on the lifts and that sort of thing.
I'm impressed that I hadn't caught one yet.
He's certainly a good caster.
These marinas might be big. We'll start to see if it gets a little tougher for that because they have been, there's not a lot of them and they have been really heavily pressured. There's plenty of places for fish to live, but man, they are a key point of contention this week.
Two-time
Angler
Angler of the Year, Gerald Swindle.
You can see some of these rails and stuff right out in front of that on that 360. And I'll look for these that's got them rails, and then I'll just kind of, sometime I'll swim my jig or throw that popper way on the outside of them, like right down the rails. Because a lot of them fish are sitting right there in the mornings. They'll sit right on the edge of them rails. The sun gets up, they'll go back in there. But if you're not careful, you will slap overlook them. That's why I use that 360 shows that steel good. You can see some bait on them, you know. Huh? Bites? No. You? And they ain't biting in here worth a crap.
Gerald talking to another competitor over there.
Sounded like Roger Howell.
Randy Howell.
Oh, Roger. Randy's his name. Some guys call him Roger.
I didn't know that.
So Gerald's one of them.
Gerald was talking about his Humminbird Mega 360 there.
Biggin, biggin. Stay on, baby, stay on. Watch that metal, watch that metal. Watch the metal, watch the metal. Watch the metal, G, you got it. You got it, baby. You got him. You got him, baby. Through the metal.
There you go, brother.
6'4", broke down and still athletic. Can move in the bedroom and the dance floor, ladies. I got what your 25-year-old thinks she can handle, but your grandma can't stand. Yeah, so much went behind that metal, bro. Like look at this. Like I would have never got him out if I couldn't have reached him. Like, that's as dysfunctional as the Osborne family right there. All right. Dude, I cast it in there and it skipped. Like I skipped it. See that hole behind me? I threw halfway in there and it skipped. And I caught 2 or 3 yesterday skipping that popper. Just, and as soon as it skipped, it's like I never even moved it. I was like, oh God. And he was running. I was like, oh, I knew what was fixed to happen. I got to sit down and tie a new later on so you can. Is there anything brown right there? I think it's, if it's close enough.
Did he say Osborne or Osmond fan?
No, Osborne.
Osborne,
yeah.
okay. All right, I'll go with that.
Hey, if you've never watched Gerald Swindle on FS1, just know this is him every moment of every day. This is Z.
This is a long-playing attraction here in the theater of Bassmaster for sure. 333rd Bassmaster event for Gerald Swindle. Think about that number right there.
We've seen him with frosted tips, and now we've seen him with slick head. So we've seen him for a long time.
We all move through the ages, don't we? Keith Combs. Got a little age on him, too, as far as his experience out here. 15 years of elite experience. And Keith Combs finds himself atop that leaderboard right now by more than a pound. And that's significant.
Tenkiller is actually really a cool lake. You know, it's got super deep water. It's got a little bit of everything, really. In Oklahoma, you think of big, flat lakes, you know, but up here in the Northeast, it's actually pretty steep.
For the people that's never been to Tenkiller, it's kind of a highland reservoir. Typically, it's pretty clear.
And it's littered with bushes. There's bushes all up and down this lake. You can kind of pick your poison of fishing shallow, what you want to do. As well, along with, you know, the bushes and the rock, there's a decent amount of docks to fish as well.
You're throwing different stuff at different stuff you run into. Like, you may see one out on a rock pile off a point, you know, suspended over some bait. You know, you got to have your Mender and a Nico rig, stuff like that.
So I think in general, the high water's kept the fish relatively shallow this week.
So it's a little bit different than it usually is, but traditionally it's a clean water lake. There's a lot of rock piles and a ton of brush piles. You really fish the strength. You can run up toward the river, get dirty water, you know, flip, throw spinner baits, that type of things. Or you go down by the dam in the clean water and fish offshore and drop shot, chase smallmouth, spotted bass around. It's a very unique lake in Oklahoma. It's a great lake, a lot of fish in it, and we're gonna have fun this week.
Some of our elite anglers give us a nice profile of this unique fishery here. We don't ever go anyplace exactly like Lake Tenkiller. And as Ronnie Moore mentioned a minute ago, we haven't been here in 6 years, and it's changed since then. We know a lot more about it now. And what we know, and welcome, incidentally, to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. What we know is we like it. We like the situation here. Davey Height, the two-time Angler of the Year and Classic champ here. And David, it gives a great opportunity to these guys. If you can say everybody's caught a limit both days so far, that's a rare and wonderful thing.
Yeah, absolutely, Tommy. We go to a lot of great fisheries on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but what we all love is where everyone can catch fish and fish a variety of different ways. We've seen anglers fishing out in 30 to 35 feet of water, and we've obviously seen a lot of anglers this morning fishing extremely shallow. You've got an opportunity to catch largemouth, smallmouth, spotted bass, and every angler so far in this tournament has caught a limit of bass. You can't ask for much better.
Yeah, and the result, one of the results of that, Ronnie Moore, is it's very tight competition, except for, strangely, at the very top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, we really got blessed with a 17-plus pound bag from Andrew Loberg day one, and did people think that he followed up and be consistent with another one or a better day? No, they did not. So that has afforded him and Keith Combs with a 5-pounder Combs has caught a big bass or one of the biggest bass each day of competition. That has really helped his 5-fish limit to keep him up there. But I just keep thinking, we've seen a popper, swim jig, flipping jig, creature bait, crankbait, frog. We have seen so many different techniques through 2 days and 1 hour of competition. I can't wait to see when this water continues to rise through the rest of today, what tomorrow could look like. But honestly, today we might run out of fish in the lake. They're catching so many.
Mike Such Sukon keeps track of the numbers for us over there. And Such, you're doing double time this week. So many numbers, so many fish caught. I mean, put it in perspective for us. This is just a bonanza.
The average fish has been 2.5 pounds, just under that. So a guy like Keith Combs, who had a 5-pounder yesterday, double, 2 fish in 1. He has our Crush City Monster bag of 19.2. You know, Gerald Swindle, we just saw him catch a 4-pounder. Those are rare here. Those are great. And how about another one, a Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert. Logan Latuso from 33rd place. He filled his limit with a 4.5-pounder. He's in our top 10 right now, trying to make it to Championship Sunday. Big fish will do that. Nice to have 2 of them. How about 3?
He's going up the leaderboard like a bottle rocket this morning. I don't know. We'll have to check in on Logan Latuso somehow or another throughout the day. Back out to Trey McKinney. Still working at the marina there. Caught some of his good keepers in situations like this yesterday.
He started every day in the same marina area. And like he said, a few of the ones he weighed in come from here, but then he fishes the shoreline with a variety of baits away from the marina areas as the day progresses.
Little dude. All right, stop. That's 5. Not a very good 5, but that's a limit.
Always put them back.
Exactly. Got to start with something. Sucker ain't even a pound. Yellow.
Hey, that's kind of what you want. You either want a go-to bait that you can take in multiple areas and types of fish, you know, bushes, docks with the same bait, or you want multiple baits that you can fish in one general area. If you're going to milk a spot, and we've seen that, a frog, flipping, also a chatterbait, bladed jig deal. And so Loberg's keeping that aspect honest, fishing the same areas every day, but being able to mix it up on his second pass through, third pass through.
Yeah, it's a little surprising to be this late in the year and the shad spawn still being a factor, but it has been a key part of most of our top 10 all week, being able to capitalize on that lingering end of the shad spawn early in the morning.
All that rain and cool weather kind of contributes to the
absolutely.
extension of the shad spawn period.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I saw an angler's graph on day 1 that said 82-degree water, and you would say, well, the shad spawn's been done then. You know, it should be too warm for that. But like we were saying, the water level's been going up and down, new influx of water that it's pushed it later. And there was a shad spawn going on during the kayak event 2 weeks ago. Normally, you'd think a shad spawn's maybe last 10 days, and the fact that we're still seeing it contribute this many fish 2 weeks later is impressive.
Andrew Loberg, whose background is out west, went to school, competed for Chico State, very well versed in the Delta, the Sacramento River and San Joaquin River deltas.
We're going to rip out of here.
Distribute out to the Bay Area.
Looking at this Lowrance bird's eye view, you get a little taste of how good these guys are. He's casting not just under that dock, but past the backside under that dock, reeling his bait all the way past the entire length of those black floats is where those shad tend to spawn, right around those black floats. And it's a great shot there to see how good. Never missed a beat casting out the backside every single one of those floats.
Yeah, if you don't think these guys are good, just go out and try some of that yourself sometimes. See when you start clanging, hearing that clanging sound.
Yeah.
Well, and Such said it, he's a 31-year-old rookie. He may be fishing and rooming with his closest friends that are in their lower 20s, you know, 22 to 25. But that's why I had so much high expectations and confidence in Loberg, is that he had fished what we would call old school now, really fine-tuned that aspect of it, and then embraced the technology, where young at heart, but well-seasoned on both styles of fishing. I thought the schedule would set up well for him, and we're seeing it now these last 4 events.
Yeah. Good serving very, very well. Love coming to a place where you can fish the way you want to, and if you got a lot of ways you want to fish, you might be well accommodated by Lake Tenkiller, Keith Combs, doing the best job of everyone so far here on day number 3.
Hey guys, Wes Logan here. We're here at Lake Tenkiller in Oklahoma, and the bait that I've been pretty much relying on for a lot of the fish that I've caught this week, it's a Zoom Z-Crawl Junior, and I'm pitching this around any kind of cover in the water. I'm using a 5/16 arc tungsten weight, a 3/0 Gamakatsu heavy cover worm hook. And the reason I've thrown, like there's a lot of flipping baits out there, and even Zoom makes a regular size Z-Crawl. I chose the Z-Crawl Junior just because this place is so small, it's getting a lot of pressure, and I think this smaller profile is allowing me to go behind people and getting a few extra bites, which is key. Finesse flipping setup, I guess you would say, but 5/16 weight, Zoom Z-Crawl Junior, and 3/0 Gamakatsu hooks been getting it done so far.
Bass Pro Shop's top lures with Alabama angler Wes Logan there. Certainly a Coosa River experience. Angler for sure, a lot of success as well.
We talked about some similarities with this man right here who made a top 10 at Neely Henry about how this lake was flooding, and it kind of gave you the vibe of Neely Henry, and that's where Wes Logan won 4 years ago.
Yes, that's a better one. Gosh, said to keep tension on it. It's hung up in there. A little better one. It's a healthy one, you guys. That might be pushing 3 pounds. Gosh, just barely hooked and hung up there. Not 3-pounder, but it's a high 2. That's one of the kind we need. It's a 212. Nice. Nice. That's one we can weigh in. Sweet. Oh, that one could have came off easy. I should have let you know. If you want, you can throw your garbage in there. Oh man. We got fortunate there that that one didn't come off. Hung it up in there and hung it in this woody crap and just kind of hanging there. All you can do is just kind of keep tension on it and hope that they swim out of there, and that one did. We got really lucky there. That's a quality bite. I've fished this point probably, let's see, practice day 1, day 2. This is my 4th time fishing it and have not had a bite on it until now. It's looked good every time, but once again, that's a little shallower than we have been catching them, so we're really gonna have to be diligent about keeping everything honest today, which is hard because it slows you way down. Like, first couple days I could kind of just pick my way through the outside. Now today I've had some bites mainly on the inside, but I lost one over here that was a little deeper, so you know, we're just gonna have to be, you know, try and be as efficient as we can and cover as much water as we can. But when you got a fish both way up in the dirt plus out a little bit, it's definitely gonna slow you down. So.
Bob Downey giving us the lowdown on everything.
He really is.
Appreciate
Doing a good job letting us know what he's doing, but certainly a big key to his success is fishing the outside as that water was falling, the cloudy, rainy conditions, and being on top of things this morning, realizing that rising water has pushed these fish farther back in the cover.
Keith Combs hooked up again. Your leader.
It's a good one.
Come right to the damn boat.
Oh. That hurts.
That's not what you want.
I think that's the biggest one we've seen him have hooked this morning.
Well, that ain't cool.
You can see Keith fishing just outside the bushes. Little isolated rock piles. Just shows how many fish is in this lake. There's a lot of fish up in those bushes, just outside, all the way out to some anglers 30 feet deep.
I can't say I'm nine hooks, man. I get the good one. He's that was probably a 3 3/4 to 4 pound fish. But you know, I've had a lot of. I'm not gonna complain too much because I've had a lot of fish. I've had a lot of fish just barely hooked like that one was with one hook, and it all went good. You know, I've caught those fish this week, so I don't like losing fish, of course, but it will happen. That problem with that fish is one thing he did. If you notice, he jumped. I'm like, that's a good one. Came straight to me, and just outsmarted me.
Let's get back to our points leader now, Chris Johnston. Both he and his brother, Corey Johnston, fishing in the top 10 today. We've not checked in with Corey yet.
Kind of weird.
Falling down to 20th, Tommy, he has lost the AOI lead.
Ah. It's a fleeting thing.
But a good limit, he'll be right back there.
I think he was chasing a bluegill. Skinny little spot. Would have liked to seen that other one. It was shaking the bush pretty good.
That shad floating in Chris
I can't believe
Johnston's
how high it
live
got all
well.
of a
That's
sudden.
exactly what they're feeding on.
I saw that bluegill go to the water, if you saw him. And then I kind of looked over and saw one. Oh yeah, no cable today? Saving those for the scopers.
He's our defending Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Last season, 2024, Chris Johnston. Let's take a look at 2025 standings right now. And there it is, Chris Johnston on top, and Jay Shakura. We had to wonder how long his streak could last. Actually, we give you the actual number, 419 days since he has missed a cut here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he missed it by a single ounce yesterday, 51st place.
What a bomb.
The 2025 Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Great to have you with us here on Bassmaster Live this morning. We got a great tournament going on here at Lake Tenkiller. I mean, they are catching them nonstop out there. It's tight competition, except for, strangely, the very top of the leaderboard, where Keith Combs and Andrew Loberg have separated themselves a bit. Not a huge amount, not many pounds, but in the context of this lake, the size of the fish, that is a substantial advantage they have given themselves to start this day. And a pretty decent job of keeping up with it, especially Keith Combs, who has taken over the top spot during the course of this morning. We're back out with Bob Downey, finding the conditions to his liking today.
Well, thank you. I've caught my limit off that tree every day. Number 5. Little one, but that's her limit. That tree has been my limit tree. They've always been about that size, but every day we've caught our 5th one off that tree. Crazy enough. You got a cheering section? Yeah, a couple little boys.
Look at that boat. It looks
Take
like
our little guy back home.
Mom and Dad with their 2 future Elite Series anglers in that boat.
That's where they come from. Back out to Trey McKinney.
Day 1 was, as fishing goes on the Elite Series, easy for him, but all the rain yesterday and the rise in water has made it much tougher for Trey McKinney fishing offshore.
Biggin. Maybe not. Not a real big one, but it'll do. looked like a 3 or 4 pounder, and then it ate it, and I'm like, oh. Still a good one. Yellow, 2-4. There you go. Sounds good, buddy.
Mentioned that it's tougher for the offshore fishermen yesterday with the sun today. If that water doesn't rise a lot, I certainly think the afternoon will be better for Keith Combs, Trey McKinney, and others that are fishing offshore. Shad spawn really will go away today with that sunshine about, probably in the next 45 minutes.
Back out to now 3rd place, Gerald Swindle. Strength of a big one he caught. Marina there. He's back looking at the bank.
There's 5. Daggum smallmouth.
So Gerald said that's 5.
He already had 5. Right?
Yeah.
I think that big one on the dock that he had to lay down for was his limit fish.
Yes.
4 pounder.
Maybe we're wrong. We'll see.
Yeah.
I mean,
Everyone's got a system at the live well, whether it's cold clips or your scale to keep you
He might
honest.
not stay in there long. I'm gonna keep a watch on him. He's a 1 pounder though. I'm gonna get to watch him. He's
1
just acting
pounder.
weak. Let me put a little less crystal methamphetamine on him right here. That's sexy sucker right there, boy. Sucker knows some things about keeping a bass alive. He did a couple of CPR classes back in 4-H when I was over in Japan working with the Amish. He won't be in there long. I'm going to cool him.
We had a count of 6 fish in the live well now. Just FYI.
Fourth one was 5, wasn't it?
I mean, I believe you. I must.
Let me see. So I just did a penalty.
Now he's wondering if that was 5 or 6. He's going to count them here.
Yeah, we caught 1, 2, 3. The big one made, that on end made 4, 5. Yeah, I just made a cast, I think. I just got a 2-pound penalty. I think you're right.
So this one was his, in fact, 6th fish. And it went in the live well.
So the rules for people watching may not know, you can only possess 5 fish in a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament. When you catch your 6th fish, before you make another cast, you have to release one of those fish. So what looks like he's done is caught his 6th fish, put it in a live well, and made a cast. And that's when the penalty, I guess, is asserted if you make another cast.
So the protocol then is, well,
you inform the tournament director, yourself.
And the penalties.
Hey, Joe. Lisa, I had 6 fish in a boat. I made a 6-foot cast. My bait touched the water, so I am due a 2-pound penalty. I have called back to the smallest fish.
Okay, thank you for letting me know.
All right, see you.
That's it. That's how quick it goes from having a chance to win to just getting a check. Hey, I just got one.
Man, when ounces are just of the essence, and you're having you get the kicker you need with your last fish just a second ago. That's a
just an honest mistake. For many years, that penalty was you had to release your biggest fish.
Yeah, so it's not as bad as it could have
been. Not as bad as it could have been or used to be, once was. So kudos to Gerald for calling the tournament director and knowing that he had broken a rule. It's an honest mistake. We all make honest mistakes.
Little guy.
And I think it gets harsher if you don't know until you come back to weigh-in and you find out six. It's like if Bass finds out you have six versus, or is it
if you bring them to the scale?
If you bring,
Not at weigh-in. You can realize that weigh-in.
Yeah, but when you're bagging them up,
Like I said, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of pressure. It happens. It happens.
I mean, we've seen Brandon Polinick, who is one of the most dialed-in, focused anglers out there, have that happen once a year, like for the first 6 years of his career, just in the spur of a moment.
Slower start for Corey Johnston this morning. Got a long day, though. Keep that in mind. A lot of anglers doing way better in the final hours than the opening hours. Among the 50 who are out there right now.
One positive about having a slower start, you don't have six in the live well.
There's that. You take that problem off the table.
Oh, man.
Oh, well.
And that won't be reflected. So every time you see a leaderboard from here on out and you see his weight, just know it's knocked down a tier.
Yeah.
That won't be reflected until the weigh-in when it's made official.
Okay.
I mean,
remind us of that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, he's so fourth now. He'd be 7.
He would. Yeah. He needs a 2-pound lead to be tied at the top, basically.
Okay. Well, Rapala Fantasy Fishing. That's available to you every tournament here on the Elite Series. You can get ready for the final 2 of the year by punching the QR code there and picking your team out of 5 different buckets representing the 5 different strata of points production through the year. See how your team does against the best pickers in the world. You might be one of them. Check it out, Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. Tomorrow, Alex Palou looks to continue his legendary season with another victory. The fastest racers in the world head to St. Louis to duel it out under the arch in prime time. The IndyCar Series continues tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern on Fox. Probably a sight to see there under the arch on the old Mississippi River. We'll be headed to the Mississippi River at the end of the season here, the upper Mississippi, long before you get to the arch. The final battle of the year. We got a big battle going on here at Lake Tenkiller. We've got 50 anglers left after the first 2 days of qualifying, and they're trying to qualify for tomorrow. To do so, they have to be in the top 10 at the end of the day, starting the day with the lead, the rookie, Andrew Loberg.
Yes, baby. Let's go. That one's going to the picnic right there.
It's a lot more like the fish we saw him catch yesterday.
Mm-hmm. $3.25. I gotta see how we get this guy out of here.
You see, he's gone to his second option every day after he fishes the marina docks, and he goes and starts flipping and throwing a chatterbait around shallow cover. that one will give him the lead back.
Andrew had been suffering from the small fish syndrome, but the cure for that's a 3-pound, 4 ounce.
And Tommy, you talked about Loberg and Combs separating themselves by 4+ pounds. He's trying to do more separation. Oh.
Yeah. He was kind of swimming in that, like in that branch. I think I just swung on him a little weird.
See him here. Set the hook, the fish in the center of that bush, and you're gonna lose some of those. It's all part of it. That one would have helped him a little bit, but it was not another 3-pounder.
You're just joining us, been a lot of fluctuation. Oh, here we go.
Found him a hot pocket.
No, he has talked about just fishing what looks good, but he's truly doing that. He's fishing a different bank.
Just a little guy.
It's one of those deals, if you can go through areas that have worked out for you in past days and add a new stretch of bank that you can, you know, fish 5 new stretches of bank and 1 or 2 pay off, you add that to your repertoire tomorrow and you just continue to expand your region.
Like Bob Downey saying, I caught my 5th fish right there on that same bush every day. This 3rd day in a row he's fishing the exact same stretch, where Andrew Loberg is not doing that.
Plus, if it looks good today, you better fish it today because it may not be any good tomorrow.
Dry or
dry, high and dry.
So yeah, you know, we got 4 little ones and one maybe close to 3. Kind of a typical morning. Did lose 1 quality fish. I'm regretting that. He's burning me. But you know, it's we're gonna move around and keep hitting these places that they're pulling up on, and hopefully, you know, if we can connect with them 2 or 3 times when they've moved up, it's gonna be okay for us. I think, you know, we need to catch 4 more quality fish. So that's the plan. Kind of usually catch 2 pretty good ones in the morning, so I'm on pace to do that, and then midday is good for me, so I'm looking forward to that. Sunshine today, I don't know how that'll affect things. As long as we get a little bit of haze and a little bit of breeze, I feel pretty good. It feels fishy right now, so we're gonna keep moving around and hopefully connect with a couple more of them big ones. So let's move on over here.
Mentioned the shad spawn being a big part of a lot of our top 10 strategy. Keith Combs told me yesterday that his best time of the day has been 9:30 to 10:30.
Really?
Unusual.
I was gonna just mention that 7 to 8 a.m. time when we had so many catches this morning. We had 80 catches for our 50 anglers. In the past few days, we've had 120 and 130 with 100+ anglers.
Trying to find a good runoff. In practice, I didn't really run around, but I was like, you know what? I don't know why it wouldn't be a good way to catch a big one, so. This is all trash filed. I need some current. I need to find one that's got some actual water blowing out of the back. Just to try. I mean, it's a good idea. I just don't know if it's gonna work yet. Might not get many bites, but maybe they'll be big. Because these might be the local resident big old bluegill eaters. And if that's the case, it would be a very nice option to catch a 4-pounder doing this. I just don't know. I don't know this lake at all. I mean, they're bass. They should do this, but I don't know. Hard to say. Looks good, I know that. Just need some current. Need to run, I want some main river ones, or main lake, not river. Like little bluff ends that have like 3 bushes in the back of them. I feel like that's the ones that's just gonna be like, boom. This one it was the biggest creek around, so I figured it'd have a lot of water, but it does not. Come on. Look, I just seen one blow up. Wasn't very big. It's not very big at all. I don't know if I can get to it. Come on. I don't know how I'm gonna get one out of there. Oh, come on.
I had a little wake, probably a bluegill. Okay. See if we can get to him. Wow, that's a long cast. All right over here first. Gosh, this would make my...
You see he's mixing it up a little.
He hasn't done much of that so far.
Has not.
This tournament.
This rising water has really hurt that offshore bite. Could be the perfect thing to do tomorrow. It could be falling by then.
Yeah. Lowberg just added a 3-4.
Stop.
That might be a little help for him. Got one real small one in there.
You got 2 of those 1 pound, 2 ounces.
I was telling you the difference in the number of fish catches in that 7 to 8 o'clock hour.
I said I did 4 more flip bites, but I need more than that.
Which, when you have double the anglers, is going to be more of those other days. But the number of 3-pounders is almost the exact same this morning in that hour with 50 anglers compared to 100 the other 2 days. So that they're definitely, quality is biting.
So many fish caught on day one. The big question was, will these fish replenish? Can they keep catching them just as good? And they certainly are doing that.
Seem to be. As near as we can tell, this sort of thing going on all over the lake for the first 2 days. I mean, it's been fairly even distribution. It's like you just dropped an angler down every so often as you passed over the lake. That's the way the maps looked. Tenkiller, great place to test the best in the business here. Everybody gets their shot at catching fish. And Andrew Lowberg and Keith Combs, the two doing it better than anyone else. We got Bob Downey moving up into the 3rd spot there. Gerald Swindle had occupied that earlier.
And remember,
he's down further in 7th place right now because a penalty has been assessed on him. We'll be right back.
Honestly, it's that blue trophy, man. I've grown up in California. It was such a far reach getting over here and qualifying for the Elite Series, and had some very fortunate tournaments and qualified through the Opens and in that top 9. It was definitely a gauntlet to get through, but it was a really fun time. It was a good tournament experience. You know, I wake up every tournament morning just like I do when I was a kid going fishing with my dad. I'd get so pumped up, ready to go. And that's what it's about. I just want to beat every person here.
Andrew Lowberg talking about his route to get to the Elite Series. Opens EQ last year, had a great finish. His best finish of the year was right here in Oklahoma at Lake Eufaula, a couple hours down the road there. A little bit different fishery, but his second best was Lake Ouachita, which also has some common characteristics to Lake Tenkiller, which we have right here. He's just plain fishing good this week.
He is. I love his comment saying, I just want to beat everyone there. That's the way you should be thinking when you come to the Bassmaster Elite Series. They're all your friends, but they're your enemies when it's go time.
Yeah. You got one job.
Tommy, I know you just think based on my finishes, I just pick anglers to pick anglers, but that's why I thought Lowberg would do well here. It's a style of lake.
Well, so far this morning, she's been real slow. Probably made the wrong decision this morning. I'm working my way up. Gonna go fish some dirty water today. I've been doing it the last 2 days. I haven't gone super far up the dirty water, but I'm gonna venture up there here soon. The other side of that bridge is where I caught the majority of my fish yesterday. So I'm gonna go up there and kind of gamble a bit, run a bunch of new water, see what happens. Fish are, for me, I mean, are not biting real good. Missed a few flipping bushes, but I don't know. We'll figure them out here soon. They change every single day.
Corey caught enough fish yesterday to stay in the top 10. His big day was day number 1 when he caught almost 16 pounds. Now it's under that. as did his brother Chris.
Very similar results for both those brothers. Even today, both of them are on just 2 fish, and they've fallen into the 20s from our top 10.
Should be one on this stretch. I lost that one back there. There we go. A little upgrade. How's that, Chase? That's a wide one. A little bit of an upgrade. Not too big, but I'd say 1.5. Number 5. Little chunky one.
I heard old Bob Downey say, "How was that, Chase?" And I knew that it must be our cameraman, Chase.
Yeah.
Close by. You see him there on the shoreline. That's a great shot from the shoreline, and he caught one right in front of him.
Chase better look behind him because yesterday a river was coming down probably right where he was into the lake.
Incredible amount of rain here in the past, really, couple of months. I gotta say, it certainly made it very exceptional conditions here. Been a while since we checked in with Jordan Lee. Jordan caught a couple of solid ones earlier in the day.
How's your morning going?
It's going okay. We got 4 for about 8 pounds with a 3.5 pounder. So I got one. I'm just trying to kind of figure out what's going on. I mean, I caught my best fish right here earlier, and I came back to it, which I don't normally do, but this stretch right here has just been productive. And there's one. He's little. And I'm trying to just figure out what's going on, really. But there's current right here. I kind of noticed it today, and I think I'm gonna run this just pattern as best I can up the lake, where you got a little current on really any cover. I mean, it seems like, it's summertime, fish like current, they like cover. It's just fishing pretty small when it comes to finding that. But I got one of the right ones, so that's good. I was hoping I could pick up maybe one more right here. I had a pretty good smallmouth follow me out right there earlier. There's obviously something going on just right here, but yeah, I figured I need probably 14.5 to make the top 10. So I definitely need some good ones. But it's the 3rd day, so definitely happy to make the cut. Job today is just finding and figuring out you can't just go out here and flip bushes and catch them right now. Like, the first day was pretty good for me doing it, but yesterday was not near as productive. I think it's more of just like little areas It's got the right ingredients, maybe a little current. You catch a good one. But I don't know. It's been different every day. Just want to make sure I couldn't go back through this little stretch right here and pick one off, but you know, guys are catching them for sure. I mean, there's been some good bags.
So according to Jordan, 42, 43 pounds he thinks is going to be the cutoff for top 10. Does that kind of jive with what you're thinking, Davey?
I would think so, yeah. I'd lean a little more toward 43.
Yeah.
But yeah. When this location and time of year was announced, I think everyone thought we'd see this tournament being dominated offshore, like what Trey McKinney's doing, but the high water has changed everything.
There you go. Not a big one, but a good one.
High water today doesn't mean high water tomorrow.
He looked big. Not bad little fish.
It's going to be an upgrade.
Yes.
Purple. 2-pounder.
Trey McKinney determined to stick with what brung him in terms of the Bassmaster Elite Series. Probably not a bad idea there. See if the conditions can come around and meet him halfway somewhere during the course of the next day and say day and 2/3 that we have here. Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year points there, and that's Paul Marks with a victory on top ahead of Tucker Smith, who has his own victory this year in the Bassmaster Elite Series, followed by Fothergill, Wagner, Kung, Loberg, and the rest here. Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. Tonight is baseball night in America on Fox, and historic rivals are at it again. As Aaron Judge and the Yankees take on Rafael Devers and the Red Sox, or the Padres battle the Diamondbacks. Check the local listings for the game in your area. It's tonight, 7 Eastern on Fox. Great to have you with us here on Bassmaster Live. Our live coverage is the 7th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. There's only 9. So we are getting close to the far end of the track, I'm telling you. We're going to make the turn and head for home with a couple of northern events here in a little less than 2 months after we wrap it up here at Lake Tenkiller. And we're a long way from being wrapped here. They're catching them steadily and catching them pretty much all over the lake. Andrew Loberg, the rookie, with the lead over Keith Combs, the veteran of 15 years on the Elite Series. Got a great top 10 out there that we're in the boat with. We'll be focusing on them. Now, one boat we're not in with is that of Logan Latuso. He started well out of the top 10. A few spots back. He has had a great move today. Take a look at his bag today, Davey Hyde. That qualifies him for a little, an award, I should say.
Absolutely. Mercury move of the day. We have 10 cameras. They go out with a top 10 on the third day. Logan Latuso was 33rd, but he's in our top 10 now. Thankfully for Logan, great start. 6:46, just a little after takeoff, he started catching them. And the 5th fish there at 7:43, a big shake-up in his day, I guess you could say, in a positive way. A 4.5-pounder Logan Latuso, Mercury move of the day, going from 33rd place into our top 10 right now, unofficially in 8th place. Good job, Mercury move of the day, Logan Latuso.
And that is why exactly that keeper number 5 for him, 4.5 pounds. He still has plenty of room to go with a couple 1-pounders. That's the reason that 2-pound penalty for Gerald Swindle is going to loom large. He catches a 4-pounder, but it is nullified by that. He would be in the running for that move because of he's having that upper echelon day as well this morning so far.
4-pounder here, very much equivalent to 7-pounder some of the places we go.
Yep.
So fishing a new stretch I haven't fished. It just kind of looks like the last stretch I was on where I caught that 3. Haven't hit any of my stuff I've been fishing in the tournament, just kind of looking around and fishing a little bit new water, which I like to do just because everything's just getting beat up. I mean, I'm sure somebody's fished this stretch, but it's new in my eyes, so. Oh my gosh, dude.
Oh, wow.
Golly.
Didn't get a good look, but it made a big splash.
They're biting a little funny this morning. But yeah, we're just trying to fish some new water and see if we can't get a couple good ones in the boat like that one. But they are biting a little funny this morning. I think it's because of all the water coming up. I think these are kind of fresh fish. But we're gonna keep after it.
You know, he is truly fishing new water every day.
Yeah,
and that's easier said than done. If you're leading a tournament, human nature, you want to go back where you've had success, and he is fishing new water.
There's a familiar sight for the past couple of weeks here on Lake Tenkiller, some weather in the area. We'll put it that way right now. There's a chance it could miss the anglers here, could miss the main part of the lake, but that's where it's going, and there's a good bit of electricity associated with that. Look, could have some.
The pointer there is the lake, so that is north of the lake right now, but boy, we've seen those.
Oh my gosh.
Sails turn and go north, south, east, and west here this week.
I got to Trey McKinney, who is hooked up.
Went back offshore. He went up to the bank to give it a shot, and back out to what he's been doing.
Come on.
That'll help.
Nice little fat, healthy one.
You're right, Ronnie. He did go to the bank for about 6 casts.
Right at 2 pounds. Dude, how many shad are they spitting up? I mean, I'm losing like the weight by the second.
Hard not to go back at it. It's so easy for him on day one. He really quit fishing his good locations by about 10:30, but the water's been rising yesterday and today. It's changed everything for him.
That's what's hard about these shad spawn events, Tommy, is these guys catch their 5 fish and they weigh them, but they start spitting up shad. You have to almost balance beam them from there on out to know if your smallest fish might not be the smallest anymore, or something else might have been smallest.
Great point. The size of Chris Johnson wants. I'm going to measure.
We have some babies today. This morning did not go very well at all, to be honest. Caught one decent one, just over 2. Lost one that felt pretty good in a bush. The whole bush was shaking, but other than that, haven't had many bites. So I'm gonna change it up here. I caught some 2 to 2 3/4 pounders yesterday scoping at the end of the day. So I'm gonna try and kind of take the pressure off, do some scoping, hopefully get 4 more good ones, and then if that happens, maybe I'll go back to the bank, try and get a big bite. I'm right close to takeoff right now, and I just have a couple brush piles that I'm hoping maybe have some retreads on them or something. Kind of what I'm going for right now. But we got some work to do.
I can think of one retread that might be out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right now.
Catch it again.
About the same time, he went to a place where a suspect was apprehended that was known to us, some of the observers, we think.
Johnson had
lost
fallen.
by Andrew Loberg earlier in the day. We think it might have been the same thing.
Yes.
Where that fish, Johnson had fallen to 24th. Trey McKinney actually moved ahead of him in AOI race. And he's got to finish 9th or better to leave here with at least a tie for the AOI lead with Jay Shakurit.
Yeah, I think that's why Chris is doing what he's doing, try to get some 2.5 pounders in the boat. He's got AOI on his mind, no doubt about it.
Chance to repeat his AOI is a rare and coveted thing, to be sure.
Got another big bag for the morning so far. Obviously, we've seen 17, 18-pound bags, but we talked about Logan Latuso making a big move from 33rd. Well, Chris Zaldane with a 11-pound, 7-ounce limit moves from 44th now into 10th place.
Back to Gerald Swindle.
Well, you get one of them elk close and something happened and run off, he'd say, she had it in her mouth and the kids walked in, man. I said, well, it is over. They're not coming back. Got him. Bigot. Come on. We're gaining. We're gaining.
Well, they're eating it too.
Look at there. You don't get to do that much for the drone. That's a 2.2, 2.4, something like that. I'm gonna cull this little one out, you know, because I'm not doing that again.
Yeah. Gerald Swindle, the music, it's all kind of coming together here, Davey.
Oh, yeah. Power pole replay of the day. Yeah, we're probably going to have Gerald Swindle. I think the one he just caught was a nice one, but this was a little earlier. This Wednesday in the Power pole replay of the day, that fish went behind, beside, around, everywhere, but good for Gerald. He got this one in the boat. Biggest fish of the day. Power pole replay of the day. You see where that fish jumps, not in the boat, but around the metal brace there on this dock. So many times that fish would have gotten off, but good for him. This one did not. He got up there and got his hands on it, and I think his line broke just after he got his hands on that fish. So Power pole replay today, Gerald Swindle.
4-pounder, 1 treble hook, dock post, showing his athleticism in his 333rd Bass event.
Bass event.
That's crazy.
All adds up. Biggest one we've seen on camera today, too.
Yeah.
Loberg had one come off that might have been a good one.
It looked like it.
Quite a splash.
Quite a splash. A nice one.
There we go.
Definitely helped.
That one ate it out of the top of the bush.
You knew there was going to be a fish.
Yeah, on one of these. A little rebound from that last one I lost. Threw a little temper tantrum like a baby. almost 2.5, so like 2.25.
Working its way up, little by little.
Well, from almost the toughest start you could have, almost the toughest start you could have to your season for Andrew Lowberg, he is sitting on top of the mountain for now here. The Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller, 7th stop of the year, and the rookie from California, ahead of the 15-year veteran from Texas, Andrew Lowberg, over Keith Combs at the top of our leaderboard. Got some tough competition going on at the top level of professional bass fishing here on Lake Tenkiller. We got a new game in our Bassmaster Fantasy lineup here. The 3rd edition is very, very simple. It is called the T.H. Marine Bassmaster Pick'em Challenge. 7 matchups based on a theme. We've got, well, for instance, the top 2 points producers of this year, Shakira and Johnson, were one of the matches for this year. For this week, Tucker Smith versus Pat Schlopper. Champions from the state of Texas would be that. So you got 7 matchups like that. All you got to do is pick the winner in each one of those and match yourself up. See how you stand up to the rest of the country, the rest of the world who's playing T.H. Marine Fantasy Pick'em. One of 3 great fantasy games of Bassmasters.
How are you doing on that, Ronnie? The fantasy Pick'em?
Overall, pretty good. Seven matchups, and so you want to make at least 5 or 6 of them. You don't want to miss that many. There's 0 perfect brackets, as you could say, left, but there was a couple tough ones this week. It was, do you pick Carl Jacobson, the last winner, or do you pick J.C. Christie, the favorite? A lot of people lost that matchup for sure. Christie finishing 91st. Shakira, Chris Johnson, I got that one right. I picked Chris Johnson this week. I didn't think that Shakira would miss the cut, but, you know, there were some tricky ones.
We had Idaho matchup, Meyer or Palaniuk. Which did you pick?
I picked Cody Meyer.
Okay. Did you win?
Let me see where Palaniuk's at. Yeah, Palaniuk didn't make the cut, and Meyer did, so I got that one.
You got that one.
I think those are the ones I differed with Kyle Jesse, so at least I know I beat Kyle this week.
It's really the only point of it, isn't it? Yeah.
There's a little bit of an upgrade. This one back here. Nice not to lose one. It's a nice healthy one. It's probably about the size of the ones I was losing. Yeah. $2 1/4. It's a nice little upgrade. Number 1.
Oh, yeah. Nice upgrade, all right.
Yeah.
How's that first one we cut? He's got a big old hole in his jaw.
Got a nice upgrade from Logan Latuso, who has our Phoenix Boats Big Bass, a 4.8 earlier. He just caught a 3.2. He's up to 13 pounds, 14 ounces. Jumped up to 6th place.
Been a while since we checked in with Kyle Welcher.
Yeah, you know, it's off to a decent start. I got 3 tiny ones I need to get rid of, but got 1 good one. Still trying to figure out what exactly the water did to everywhere. I've been running places I had a lot of confidence I could get a bite, maybe catch a big one, but now we're going to try to go look and see if we can't find some new water or just see what we still got left that is not muddy. But so far, this area is not muddy. There's a lot more sawdust, but the clarity's still really, really good. So maybe some of them creeks up there got water and got a lot of rain and pumping out clean water. That can make it even better potentially. We're gonna keep our big rods in our hand. We're gonna flip, frog, try to catch a big one.
Most of us are learning more and more about Lake Tenkiller this week. With the rains, it appears that if the rain is north of the lake and it comes down through that main river, then it really gets dirty. But the local rain comes in through those feeder creeks, stays clean.
Oh, little rivulets coming over the rocks. Yeah. Oh, Welcher, fantastic tournament. Pasquotank River, third stop of the year. Giant fishery there. I mean, including the full North Carolina Atlantic coast, basically, all connecting waterways. And, he shattered the record for margin of victory, not by a little, but by jaw-dropping amount.
He beat the biggest margin of victory by the third biggest margin of victory.
That's a good way to put it, yeah.
Since the last time we spoke to all you folks at home, we caught one about 2.5, 2.6 or something like that, and caught a 1 pounder. So what we have in the boat is probably 12.5, but with a penalty, probably 10.5. So my theory is that if I can catch a 5 pounder, he would just count as 3, and we could probably still make the top 10. So that's how I'm trying to look at the mental side of it. But we got a lot of thunder and bad weather coming. You can hear it off in the distance. Super humid. And the fish ain't biting great in here, but I'm gonna stick with it a little longer because I know it wasn't gonna get many bites. And then when it gets to raining real bad, I did yesterday. I went and swam with that white jig in the bushes, and they was biting pretty good. So that's kind of a good rainy pattern. Trying to skip this jig around. They've seen so many white jigs under these marinas, but not getting near the bites even on this today. Usually you catch you a bunch of little spots and stuff. So. And it could just be the simple fact the water come back up a couple more inches, changes flow, and they've had that a bunch. So I think that is affecting a lot of what goes on. Not just the fish's location sometimes as much, but even how they bite. Like, do they want to bite? Seemed like it was falling and cleaning up a little bit. They wanted to bite. Like they knew the opportunities to be up there was getting slimmer and slimmer.
Swindle was 76 after day 1. Had our third biggest bag, 17.11 yesterday to get in our top 10.
Yeah, he said on the weigh-in stage, first stage, just lost some fish.
Too, and I fished a bunch of it, but I got to one little section, like 10 open slots, and they was in there.
Gerald Swindle with one eye on the weather. That storm is kind of north and west of the area right now, sort of on the road between Muskogee and Tahlequah.
May pop down, but Futurecast shows it staying north of the lake.
All right, we like that.
Which means
dirty water.
Tomorrow is dirty, yeah, dirty water. Is that J.O.? Who is that?
I think it was Pat.
Oh, Pat Renwick?
What in the world are they hunting for butterflies?
Hey, when people say Bigfoot or Sasquatch, I heard him in the woods. You might have heard Pat stomping around and making noises.
You're looking for morel mushrooms, maybe.
Slowly but surely. Slowly. Yeah, we got a lot of time. 2 pounder. Number 3. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Number 3. Number 3. Putting here. Oh my gosh, dude. I might open this puppy up. Oh. Gosh dang it. Let's go. Let's keep it going.
It's been a few years since I fished the Elite Series, but it has become a thing to hold these fish with your inner thighs. That was not a thing years ago.
Yeah, the old scissor lock.
Here we go.
Wes Logan with it. A keeper there.
I think, Davey, back in the day, y'all's shorts were too high, and so that was
I fished through the
odds of getting
short era and the longer short era. I still never gripped bass with my thighs.
God, I love the jig bite, dude. It's freaking awesome. 2-2.
Been a while since Wes's last keeper. He's didn't break the ice there. Get back into the catching mode again if he can manage that.
Yeah, we've made our way up the lake. I probably spent too much time in that creek, but I don't know. I just know there was a lot of fish in there. But yeah, we're gonna flip this 1/2 ounce Randall Tharp jig till our arm falls off, and hopefully the right ones bite it. Just caught a good one, or not a good one. It's a 2-pounder. If we can get a couple 3-pound bites, I think we'll be okay. Got some weather coming in. I really think I hate to fish in the rain, but I think the rain, like the weather, helps tremendously. So I like that we got different weather than it was first thing this morning. I wasn't too fired up about the bluebird skies. But yeah, it's my favorite way to fish, my favorite bait to fish. We're just gonna lock it in our hand and hope the good Lord blesses us with a couple good bites and we can put them in the boat.
Logan mapping out a plan to remain in the top 10. Get a chance at fishing tomorrow. There's the weather in the background, and thinks it may be a favorable outcome from that. Whether or not that was Pat in the background there when Andrew was catching that last fish, but we know where we'll find him later. Pat was probably out snooping up the story, and he goes behind the tanks to snoop out the stories for you on Moultrie Behind the Tanks. That's on the YouTube channel, and it's concurrent with the weigh-in. It will start at 4 p.m. Eastern Time today, so check it out for the other part of the story at weigh-in time. Day 3 moving day at the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series 2025 Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller, where there is some ugly looking weather in the background. We hope it doesn't hit here. Our live coverage sponsored by TH Marine. Been a lot of fun, a lot to see this morning on Bassmaster Live. Very important tournament here. A very important day. You got to be in the top 10. You got to be in that list at the end of it all. Check-in time 3:30 Eastern Time this afternoon, so lots of fishing between now and then. But the rookie, Andrew Loberg, who's led both previous days, getting the job done. There's no doubt about it. He's got a plan, and he's working it and sticking to it. Shows a lot of discipline and undeterred by the occasional missed fish. So he's showing all the qualities, all the traits needed to be a tournament winner. Just a matter of doing it.
Yep, it's surprising to see the separation in the top 10 there now at 10, 11 pounds. Boy, most of this tournament, 10 ounces would separate 10 places.
No kidding.
But that's a larger gap there than I thought we would be seeing here at mid-morning on Saturday.
Guys, with some of the anglers talking about the weather that's coming in, and we talk about the weather we've had the last few days, I wanted to show you the Deep Dive app. So it's an app you can get on an iPad, a phone, and help you prepare for a tournament that you're coming up to or pre-fishing for. And I want to show the stream flow aspect of it. You can filter the stream flows. And so I'm circling this. Look at this side of the lake, the east side of the lake. And when you have these inflows that are the stronger greens, the blues are the lesser pronounced inflows that we have. But when you look at those greens, you can see how much more water can flow in these areas. And what's cool is you have a future cast of maybe if they can predict that, but we can go back in time. So at the bottom here, I'm going to take the switcher and go back to yesterday. Friday at 8 a.m. when those storms really started coming in, you saw so many more of those heavy green. Where is it at? It's right around this area. There were, instead of 2 or 3 heavy inflows, you've got 1 at the bottom of the lake that I'm circling, 1 or 3 at the top of the lake, and you start to have some of these other back-end places on the west side as well with an uptick. So it's just a way to see, especially in flood conditions, where maybe some of these creeks will get dirty or rise a lot, the impacts of storms. There's also a water clarity fixture here, which you kind of need sunlight for at least a day to get a good readout and measurement of water clarity. But through the Deep Dive app, you can see the streams that are going to flood, which side of the lake, if it's going to affect your area, and you can look at that days ahead of time before you get to a fishery or a night before you head out the next morning.
Yeah, that's really cool. You can tell the majority of the rain was on the east side of the lake, so if you're wanting more flow, then that would be the side you'd fish more, and then obviously the west side would be less influx of fresh water.
When you head to Lake Tenkiller, it truly is a good visualization, because when you drive that east side of the lake, you are well above the lake. You start to see, there's mountains on both sides, but it is much steeper on that east side, which means, you know, the opportunity for it to flow down those banks into the backs of the creeks presents itself. And so with those storms being north, though, like you mentioned, Davey, it's going to come down the main drag, which is going to be a lot dirtier water than off the rocks being cleaner.
All that's gathered with satellites, right? All that information.
Satellites and so many different nautical charts and marine different aspects. When we think of the flows from the dams to get the CFS, all those different things. Mm-hmm. It's good there's a Google Earth function amongst that, so you have the satellite picture, so you can do map study as well along with all those other factors. And it definitely teaches you a lot when you start to see a way a lake lays out. You see where, oh, this place flows in more. Oh, it also gets dirtier. It makes you understand a fishery before you ever even have to touch the water. Which is why one aspect of why these young anglers have such a quick learning curve. YouTube, apps like this, it paints that picture for you for foreign destinations.
Toolbox that was not available not so very long ago.
Yep.
I don't know how many apps were on the bag phones back in the days, but most definitely this is speeds up the learning curve.
Well, you didn't talk about it very much, I can tell you that.
Here's a look at our 10 out there on the water. 50 anglers total, so this is 20% of our elite corps on Lake Tenkiller today. Back out to Wes Logan.
Would have helped very much. I think he will either.
No help.
Greg DePalm was our latest angler from outside the top 10 to move inside. He's up to 8th place. Logan Latusa, of course, was 33rd. He's got our big bag. He's in 7th. Kyle Patrick
I
and
don't know
Shane
if they
Lee.
just started biting or we've got around a couple. And we also got this weather coming in, but still just flipping these bushes with the jig. I feel like if you take enough opportunities, you know, you're gonna get an opportunity at a good one. They're not always the easiest to land, but it does seem like these, since I've made this move, they're a lot more aggressive. Like the bites I got down there when I was flipping, just they chased it out and didn't really commit to it, and these caught 3 pretty quick, or had 3 bites, 1 decent one, but 2 of them actually rolled on it when I flipped in there, which is normally a good sign that they're being pretty aggressive. So if we can get it in front of the right one for the time being, he ought to bite. Just gives you confidence that you got the...
Kyle Welcher trying to fish his way back into the top 10. 21st place as it stands.
Kyle, once he left his marina docks, and even though he's around docks here, he's fishing steeper banks than most of our other anglers.
Here's number 5.
Yeah, normally we've seen a lot of anglers catch their biggest fish on their 4th or 5th catch. He did that this morning with his first bite of the day.
We do a little better than that.
Takes a little bit of stress off your plate knowing you already have a good one in the box.
It's our 2nd biggest one.
Not meaning that in a super complimentary way of that fish right there. It's been a couple of hours since his last keeper, to be honest there. Storms are northern part of the lake, just about reached there. We're hoping that they keep moving straight west, don't dip down or curl around to the south, but they're a little bit hard to predict. We had a storm linger a lot longer than we thought it would yesterday. We'll see when we get back.
You got to have an open mind and make key adjustments. You know, there's many tournaments and many days of fishing where I just want to do one thing and get keyed in and just go, and it fails. But this week I've kept an open mind and looked at the conditions, read the falling water. Yes, baby. Let's go. That one's going to the picnic right there. So there's going to be a lot of changes, and the person that catches him is going to have to make those right adjustments. So we'll see. It's going to be a shootout.
Lots of adjustments you have to make to the rising and falling of the water here. You also have to make adjustments to what causes the rising and the falling of the water. Look at that, just north of our playing field here, Lake Tenkiller. Big storm moving across. We hope it continues to move generally westerly, or comprehensively westerly would be good. That way we might dodge a bullet right there.
Our crew that's on site in Tahlequah there had to go inside and take cover because it's scraping the top part of the lake, and it hit them quick. Whoa.
Oh, wow.
Man, that's an ugly one there. That's an old blue whistler, they used to call them.
It's all part of the game that tournament bass fishermen play, is dealing with weather.
Yeah,
all
that's
different.
part of your job is to figure that out and make sure you take the proper precautions.
And one other thing, you know, it's the adjustment to the high rising water, the falling water, possibilities of storms. But Davey, mentally, not spinning yourself out worrying about what it could do, because we don't know if it rains here, if it actually is going to rise, or they're going to pull it down and make it fall. But a lot of anglers mess up before they even make their first cast of the day because they're assuming it's going to be one thing or another, and staying fluid.
Bob Downey, one of those who took a little bit of refuge on the bank yesterday during some particularly heavy electrical activity. Wisely so.
He's bundled up, preparing for it.
Yeah. Yes!
Wow.
Yeah, baby! Frickin' tub. I'm glad I came back here now. Gosh, I was debating whether or not to. What a crazy week of weather, you guys. We are on the edge of a major front, but we just got a tub. Heck yeah. That's one of the bites we need.
It's a 4-pounder.
Gotta be.
4-pounder. Yes. I think we're fishing Sunday. Yes, baby. Yes.
I can hear his cameraman right now saying, so that means we're going to stay out in the storm.
Yeah, that's right.
Wow. That's what we need. That is what we need.
What an upgrade.
Good. Bump Bob Downey up into second place. Pretty close.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell.
Talked about it a little bit earlier today, Tommy. You were saying your smallest one can only be so small.
Yeah.
And that is a goal for everyone.
It looks like
but
it should be.
having a 4 or like Keith Combs yesterday, a 5-pounder really
Makes that for a
separates.
lot of
Doesn't really
sense.
matter. We
Sure
need to
does,
get rid
yeah.
of them anyways. But gotta be diligent here.
Two and a half pounds he just gained is the average fish this week.
That's strong. That's a great upgrade.
He has done well on flooding places. He's used to Wisconsin rivers and things like that. He also won at Grand Lake in the Opens to make it to the Elite Series. So he has won in Oklahoma as well.
That's right.
The old Kyle Welcher, he's on the northern end of the lake.
Yeah, he's in the susceptible spot there as far as the weather goes.
That one's pretty good. It may be 2.
Oof. Starting to also look like a Tuesday night event again, like it did yesterday when that storm blew up. It is very, very dark. And oh, look at that. Jordan Lee out there exposed. Again, Such says that the future cast says we're going to just miss it here. I'm counting on Such to come through with it.
Tommy, I'm so glad you said that.
Pay no attention to the wind.
Yeah, the wind is just
Started to blow a little bit.
just to distract you.
Said, you know what? I heard they bought a spinnerbait and the wind's probably blowing 30. I was thinking I was fixing to have to go get in a marina. It may miss us though. Wouldn't that be just phenomenal if they just started biting a spinnerbait?
Yeah.
I would say, I'd say these anglers that are running right now are headed south.
Yes, they are reacting to external conditions, that is for sure. South would be definitely the direction to go. It's the northern end of the lake that is most exposed at this point right now. We'll be back with the latest when we return. Tomorrow, Alex Palou looks to continue his legendary season with another victory as the fastest racers in the world head to St. Louis to duel it out under the arch in prime time. The IndyCar Series continues tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern on Fox. Nighttime racing. It's looking a little bit like nighttime here at Lake Tenkiller, although it's right heading into midday at this point right now. Some wild weather. Take a look at the leaderboard, and Andrew Loberg still hanging in there on top. Bob Downey did, in fact, overtake Keith Combs with that last good one that he caught there, that 4-pounder. Means a lot out here today. You can catch one of those. So Bob Downey putting himself in position. I agree with him. I think he'll be fishing tomorrow. I think that's a lockdown, maybe.
Key looking at that, Gerald Swindle in fourth, 40-11. with that 2-pound penalty, actually 38-11 and at risk of missing the top 10, being he would be in 9th or 10th right there with that mark. So he's still more work to be done, more work than anyone else to stay in contention.
Down blast from the storm. This is just north of here.
Look at the shad spawning there, Davey. They're just busting the surface big time.
Where are the birds? Wait a minute. I don't think those are shad. Back out to West Logan. A little farther south. Still not going to risk his hat at this point.
He's been saying all week he thought he was catching more fish in the rain than not in the rain, even though he said he doesn't like to fish in the rain. I think he's going to be okay. Looks like he's a little far enough south of it. What do you think, Such?
Quite possibly. It's looks like it'll blow hard up there near Tahlequah and then die down and really not reach below the river level and hit the lake. But Downey, after that 4-pounder, he got within an ounce of Combs and then overtook him with a 2-pounder. Culled up another 8 ounces.
Wow.
He's up to 13 pounds today.
Andrew Loberg's big lead's been eaten into just a little bit.
Not
Chris
a big
Johnson. Johnston, excuse me.
I think it's number 5 though, as it darkens bad here. We are about to get hammered with a storm. We got 4 peanuts and 1 okay one.
The first Canadian
That's gonna suck.
to win in the Elite Series.
First Canadian to win AOY last year. He's not the first Canadian to 2 Elite Series wins, though. His brother knocked out 2 wins last year to pass him. Yeah. Went from being the lesser Canadian to the most Canadian right there with a couple wins, but
and with a hot hand for right now, at this point in time, is Bob Downey.
I wonder if those fish were hanging in kind of in a little current break there. The current? I don't mind it as long as it doesn't muddy this area up too bad. It's a nice little green tingy water out there. Up there it's like right here is fine. Up there looks a little muddier than I'd like it to be. So we'll see what tomorrow brings, because all this rain up north is gonna funnel down the river here that they're getting right now.
There's some 2-pounders being caught. Dakota E. Baird, Taco Ito, Hackney.
Back over to Kyle Welcher.
Yeah, you want to seek shelter oftentimes with something like this happening, but you also know that it can trigger a really good bite. Stayed out there many times when I shouldn't have.
And now we know, Davey, it's because of how many fish you had in the live well.
Yeah, exactly. When you don't have 5, you risk it a little more than you should, for sure. Most of us do.
Let's take a look at our leaderboard. These are all unofficial weights, courtesy of Bass Track. Give us a picture, sort of a snapshot of where we are. We get closer to the halfway point of the day at this Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller. Andrew Lowberg, still the man on top, the leader after the first 2 days of competition, trying to take this thing wire to wire. Long way to go to get that done. Bob Downey, the big move in the last 30 minutes. A couple of good ones, including 4-pounder Keith Combs. Started the day right under Lowberg. Gerald Swindle, actually 4th place according to his weight, but 7th place when we factor, but further down when we factor in the 9th place.
With Jordan
Factor in his two-pound penalty he incurred earlier today. Page 2, it's Taku Ito on top. Taku's going to make a play to make it into that top 10. He would love to get out there and one more crack at Tenkiller. Dakota Ebert moving up the leaderboard as well, having a little bit of a fall off after day number 1, but getting back in there today, so keep your eye on him. Kyle Welcher just got his limit not too long ago. Chris Zaldane, Texan, moving up a little bit. Justin Atkins, our
44th. That's one of our biggest moves.
That's a big, big move right there. Pat Schlopper, Greg Hackney, there in 20th place. He was kind of just bubbling into the top 10. Yesterday, several points during the day. But only the top 10 will advance to tomorrow, Championship Sunday.
We now just have 9 days of competition left in the season. Tomorrow and 2 other tournaments with 4 days each. Season is fast closing.
Quit, buddy. Quit. This place is juice back here, dude. Every day. That one's probably, he ain't too, but it's...
What's so special about it?
Are we live?
It's the wall.
Depends on if we're live or not.
Taku Ito was 43rd. He caught a 2.5-pounder and a 3-pounder in the last 5 minutes to jump up to 11th.
Spring fed. Here, do this. Stick your hand in there. Just feel the water temp. Now feel the over there.
Talking about the spring-fed aspect and the water temperature is
very low key.
Yeah.
I don't want to tell you for live, and then just slid that in the spring fed.
But we'll keep it secret, Ronnie. You know, Stum, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That'll be the title of the next video.
A little bit of rain here.
Not going to be a help there, I don't think.
I've been catching them too good for that.
Huh?
You said you had to fish this area?
No. I went up that, I went quite a ways up that in practice. And then I had caught like 1, 2, 3 through here. One was almost 4. And then the first day of the tournament, I fished like that whole, like halfway to here, halfway back to here. And never had a bite. And I felt like the water had dropped too much. And so I like went back to where I started and I went the other way and I started getting like bite, and I caught a 4-pounder. And then yesterday I think I fished like to, I don't know, that cluster of trees there and never had a bite. So I kind of thought that the water had dropped too much, but it's now come up again, so I wanted to keep it honest, and I'm glad I did. I'm gonna work thorough through here now. I mean, you get a 4-pound bite, the water's come up a bit and stabilized. You know, these fish could have slid back in here. We'll find out. I don't know if it's just that little corner because there's some current coming in right here, if that's why those fish were set up, or if they're all over back here. I'm not really sure, but I'm definitely gonna slow down. I was just about to leave, honestly, and then I got that 4-pounder and it's kind of like, okay, maybe some fish came back in here with the water coming up. So there's a lot.
That's a big help for Kyle Welch.
No kidding.
Got 2 1 1/4s, and he's a 1/4 pound from making back to the top 10.
It's a high 3, isn't it, Davey?
I think so. This will be pound 12 upgrade. It's a big upgrade in this event.
What he's kind of said under his breath, this place is the juice. I think
he did.
I'm starting to see what he's talking about there. Hey, we got 2 more events left after this one on the Bassmaster Elite Series. You can join Falcon Rod's Bassmaster Drain the Lake Fantasy Fishing Challenge. Get to pick 8 anglers, 8 suited best for the fisheries that are upcoming, but the ones you pick are off the table for the rest of the season. Check it out online. Hit the QR code. Bassmaster Live continuing our coverage of the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller. Cookson, Oklahoma, northeast Oklahoma. This is big time moving day. Got to be in the top 10 at the end of it all. Standings right there. Andrew Loberg started the day with the lead. The rookie remains in the lead. Bob Downey from Minnesota has jumped up into 2nd place. From further down in the top 10, Keith Combs in 3rd, the veteran. A great top 10 that we started off today, and that's the way they're spread out across relatively small Lake Tenkiller, only 13,000 acres. Smallest playing field we have all year long here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but it is a potent, powerful place for numbers, catching numbers of fish. That's been available to everyone here. Just got to find the right size, separate yourself from the group. And slow this morning for Corey Johnston.
Like he's throwing a swim bait now. He's been mixing it up. Here we go. Vibrating jig.
Baby.
West Logan, not too far from the takeoff this morning from Chicken Creek. Now, the weigh-in, which was there, will be moved this afternoon.
All right, waves, calm down. Oh, it's a big one. bank paid off again. How about a little Z-Hog Junior action? By God. Look, good one. Oh, man. I don't know why I just haven't been here the whole time. Three, four. Pretty fish. A couple more like that. I just rigged that up last night.
Wes Logan with that one right there. Jumps up a position into 4th place, started his day in 5th place. Let's take a look at the entire morning here as we turn to our Yamaha midday report, and let's just get it started with Wes Logan. Started out at a marina today.
He absolutely did. Like the other days of the tournament, the previous 2 days, Wes Logan decided to start on the shad spawn around a marina to catch his limit. He's been able to do that every day. He did it again this morning, but they were smaller ones, but he did fill his limit. You certainly know here on Lake Tenkiller that you have to bring 5 to the scales every single day.
Come off in the boat, baby.
You knew he was going to have a good day. Well, that was his best fish so far of the morning. Came off in the boat. Wes Logan currently unofficially in 4th place. Starting out in the marina and then switching up. This is how he's caught most of his weight, flipping a Z-Hog Junior. And he has caught his better fish as the day goes on every day. Hopefully good things continue to happen for him.
Great tournament for Keith Combs. Started the day in 3rd place, kind of right up there behind our leader, Andrew Loberg. Those two originally separated from the crowd by a good margin.
Yeah, absolutely. Keith Combs was separated from the crowd because of a 5-pounder yesterday. He came in with 19 pounds. Part of it was certainly because he had that 5-pounder, but he also had 4 other good ones like this. Keith Combs got started pretty good this morning. Things have slowed down a little bit for him. Things have tightened up. Be curious to see, because Keith Combs was one angler that said his fishing was better up in the day, just like Wes Logan. The rest of the top 10, like the first hour or so, just like Bob Downey.
Bob Downey has been on the move today, fishing some new places. He seems to always be in a different spot, but he's chosen well.
He's done a really good job moving in or out this one main creek, fishing farther out the first day. He said in practice he caught him back in there. The water level had gone down. He adjusted and moved out towards the mouth of this creek, caught his first day and second day fish. Today he's fished farther back in the creek. A couple key fish mid-morning for Bob Downey yesterday and today, a 4-pounder just, about 30 or 45 minutes ago for Bob Downey. He's really done a great job staying in one area, fishing in close to the shoreline, fishing out on the outside of the bushes, depending on whether you have sunshine, rising water, falling water, using a brown flipping jig and a white swim jig predominantly for Bob Downey.
Loving the water rising a little bit as we started today with Bob Downey and Andrew Loberg. Have just been kind of really choosing, talk about choosing well. He has made the right moves. The rookie has been exemplary here.
He really has. The only thing consistent that he has done for 3 days is start around this one marina to get his limit. He left there today with a smaller limit, definitely a lot smaller than he had caught the previous 2 days. But then when he leaves there, he is just fishing what he said, just whatever looks good to me, depending on the conditions. This was a bank that we had not seen him fish at all yesterday. Caught a couple of real nice ones, took the lead back, and has got a good, for this event, a comfortable lead right now. Kudos to Andrew Loberg for just fishing the moment. The conditions, the rising water, the falling water, the clear water, the dirty water. And that's what a lot of anglers talked about you needed to do here this week. That's easier said than done. You want to go back where you've had some success, and he's fished new banks every day.
47.5 pounds unofficially at this point on day number 3. That's a pretty good spot.
Big brownie.
Nice smallmouth.
Big brownie, dude. Stop that, please. Big brownie. That's the first one I flipped all week. Some of the other guys have time talking about how they've been flipping
brown slugs, and that's cool. It ain't that big, but that was a cool bite. Holy smokes. That was sick. Brownie in a bush. Little 2.5.
2.5?
Heck yeah. Number one's gotta go. Take it easy. Take it easy. Number one's gotta go.
Explain why that's rare.
Well, I was going to say, that's one thing that's very special about Lake Tenkiller. To be able to catch smallmouth in June while you're flipping bushes is very rare, and everyone likes to do it. I mean, to be able to catch smallmouth flipping bushes is unusual. They're fighters, and to have them on heavy tackle close to the boat, lots of fun.
That was a lot of fun. Back at Lake Havasu back in the day, watching them catch them out of the Tules there was also unique like that. Andrew Loberg doing what he has to do to stay on top and doing a good job of it. Downey and Combs, his two closest pursuers. The 2025 Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller, sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. A little bit menacing, those clouds right there. Make it look dark in the middle of the day here. Special part of northeast Oklahoma. We have been experienced a lot of weather ups and downs during the course of this tournament. So was the level of the lake as a result. And these guys are having to make adjustments not just every day to day, but hour to hour in some cases.
Yep.
Over to Kyle Welcher.
A pretty good move from Brandon Card.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's bleeding. Dang.
Being very careful unhooking that fish. A 4-ounce penalty if you have a dead fish, and that could certainly cost you dearly here.
Man, that's 4 ounces. Could be a couple of points here for sure. And Wes Logan hooked up again. Another good one, it looks like. Yeah, maybe not quite a giant.
Think it'll help.
Could be. He's sitting in 4th place.
Maybe a 2-pounder. Couple ounces, not many. Got 114, 3-ounce coal. Why are you so skinny? Should be a
Going to say Brandon Card just caught a 3.5 and a 2.8. He's at 38 pounds, 11 ounces, same as Jordan Lee in 10th place. And if Swindle minus his 2, they'd all be tied.
Kyle Welcher
is on the juice.
Getting it done.
Man.
That's a good one.
Look out when he gets on the juice.
Oh, no kidding. He can go on a rampage, can he?
Yes.
Look at that, dude. You're going down right now. I don't know what's going on. Get in here. Maybe that sucker will be okay.
Started the day in the top 10. An hour ago, he was languishing several spots out of the top 10, and boy, look at how fast it can change.
He's got the second biggest bag of the day, 14 pounds even.
And he's caught them on several different baits. Frog, flipping,
bladed jig,
creature bait, bladed jig.
He had the mayor, which is a small swim bait this morning underneath the dock, that first fish.
Mixing it up.
And doing it all in near darkness, it would appear.
Yeah, this isn't from earlier this morning right after takeoff.
No, this is now. It's real live stuff.
I got one more too. And then I got like good ones.
I don't know if Welcher's prepared for the storm to hit the lake. If it did, but it may skirt past and miss him. But he doesn't have pants. He doesn't have a rain suit nearby. it could happen quick.
I think this latest dark sky storm passed, but we may get one around 2, 3 o'clock.
Now you said that it wasn't going to hit this afternoon.
It didn't. Well, I said this one wasn't going to hit. The other one popped up. It looks nasty.
I think these dark skies are a big reason why Kyle Welcher is catching them like he is.
Could well be.
The old saying, black
I think I'm
popping
gonna make
frog
tomorrow.
on dark skies? Maybe not.
Sounds good to me.
It's working.
I'm all for inventing old stuff.
Yeah.
The first bite I had right here was like over 2, and I caught like 2 or 3 less than 2. And I was just thinking, like, it's crazy how you always catch the biggest one, like, as soon as you throw, no matter where you throw at. And I caught a bigger one.
Johnston still looking for big ones. Got a lot of babies, as he calls them.
That's a good one.
There you go.
That's what we're after. We're flipping the rest of the day. There's 2 decent ones in about 20 minutes flipping. I think our best chance to get a big one is to stay flipping. Especially when you're getting these. It's probably the biggest one yet today. It's not saying much, but it's a solid one. 2.5. Gets rid of a 1-4. Green. It's a little bit of an upgrade.
More than a pound, so that's significant. Chris Johnston still got some work to do. Lock down a spot in tomorrow's final. You got to be on that list right there. 10th or better to fish on Championship Sunday here at the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite. Lake Tenkiller. Andrew Lowberg still getting it done, still with a decent lead over Bob Downey.
So with that 5-pound lead starting the day, basically over third place affords you, Tommy, a slower start. You give a little bit of the lead away, but it's that cushion you need. If you go into tomorrow tide, you still did your job. You're still in the driver's seat.
Did some hard work yesterday, especially after losing a good one early on. So hats off to him, Brandon Card, topping the second page for the stats here. We have got plenty of fishing time left on this day.
It's been a lot of good fish catches today.
We have. I think we had numbers. This place is unbeatable. Lake Tenkiller, so beautiful. Uplands Reservoir, Highlands Reservoir.
I mean, I think we had 3 minutes this whole 3.5 hours where we didn't see a fish catch because we were doing something else.
Largemouth, smallmouth, spotted bass, top water, flipping, pitching, getting hung up in the marina docks.
Marinas, bushes, bluff walls. Man, oh man, this place has got it all, and they all got fish on them. Gotta love that. Congratulations to those 50. We're going to soldier on into the afternoon. 3:30 is going to be check-in time. Weighing today at Cherokee Casino in Tahlequah.
Yes.
Has been at the ramp at Chicken Creek earlier, but the final 2 days going to be up there. It's our partner in this adventure here.
If you're watching online, it's probably going to be about 25 to 30 minutes later start time than it has been the last few days, but just tune in and watch.
Coverage continues now on Bassmaster.com.
Let's go!
Coming up right around the corner, IndyCar NICS practice for the Gateway. Coming up from Madison, Illinois. That follows right here on FS1. We will see you right here again same time tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time with Championship Sunday. Bassmaster halftime show is scheduled to get underway here any second now. This is what passes for that while we get some technical issues squared away here, but happy to do it here. Presented by Bass Cat. And we have had, man, we need a halftime. That was a fast and furious first half.
Absolutely, Tommy. I mean, I think I'm looking at the computer. We've had 51 exported fish catches for highlights, and that's not even a quarter of what we saw. So many different moves and shakes. You see you get some confidence in anglers, guys like Bob Downey who have been in our top 10, but now you're like, they have a real possibility to maybe challenge Loberg.
Yes, no doubt.
Get the guys like Welcher and Wes Logan the last hour really making a charge as well.
Take a look at the weather situation, especially just north of you can see the rain pelting down out there, and fortunately, none of the fishing is being affected by that right now. Give us a glancing blow at most. Another system on the way later this afternoon, though. We hear rumblings of that, so to speak, and that may interrupt the final hours, maybe final hour of fishing today. We don't know. Interrupt is a strong term. These guys are going to push through it and take the proper safety precautions. That's their job. They know how to do it well. But that's the weather in this part of the world. Where the wind comes sweeping down the plains and runs into the Ouachita and Ozark Mountains, you get a lot of crazy weather. And that's year in and year out. When you get a system, a pattern with a lot of Gulf moisture added into it, you get a lot of stuff. But we got 10 anglers out there today that we are following with in the boats, 50 anglers total, and only 10 will make it to tomorrow's Sunday championship final.
And currently 7 of our 10 that started the day in the top 10 are currently remaining.
Yeah.
3 new anglers have joined.
Fish some of the same stretches I've been fishing the last couple days. With the water coming up, I just wanted to see if there's any new fish in these stretches. As of now, it doesn't seem like there is. We just got a big storm coming right now. So they feel like if there was one around, they'd probably bite. But we're just gonna keep kind of messing around up this river or up the lake and, fish some same stuff and then fish, some newer stuff. And probably revisit some places I fished today. But yeah, we're just trying to get a few upgrades. I still have one in that 1 pound class I got to get rid of, and we got plenty of time. We got a little under 5 hours, so we got a lot of time to flip and throw chatter and whatnot. So we're just gonna kind of keep after it. I'm thinking today might be a little tougher only because of how much pressure this place has had shallow. Those deep guys might, still catch them, but the shallow bite is definitely ever changing, and we just gotta adapt and keep our head down and put the big ones in the boat. We gotta stop losing them. But happy, with the start we have. We got about 12 pounds or so, 11, 12 pounds. We just got to capitalize on the opportunities when they show up and keep moving forward.
Loberg, cool, calm, and collected. Doesn't seem like a rookie at all. He is acting like this is his place. He has threatened to go offshore. He hasn't done that yet.
Yeah, what I do like in his game plan, though, Tommy, is we've seen him revisit a few key areas every single day, but he has branched out to look for new stuff. And we talked about it earlier with Davey. If you can add 1 or 2 new confidence areas at least, if this water flows down the river, ends up getting dirtier, then obviously it could change up for tomorrow and whatnot.
Yeah. All right. Well, we understand the storm has passed, at least to where our halftime show, our real halftime show is coming from. And there we go. There's Dave. And there's Kyle.
It's good to see Luke Palmer
and
didn't
Luke
get blown
Palmer
off
right
the
in the
set.
middle. Guys, we're going to let you take it away.
Well, thank you very much. I just found out how to make the halftime show better. Just put Tommy Sanders' voice in it. It makes everything better. And you said this storm has passed, but yes, that storm has passed. And as we've learned here in Oklahoma, guess what's coming next?
It looks like we got some more weather coming along. I just pulled up the radar, and the entire state is getting blasted out west, and it's moving this way. So I don't know. Maybe we'll see it. Maybe it'll kind of ease up on them. It's not. You can tell it's cooled off quite a bit from this morning. So maybe that's going to keep the bad stuff away and allow these guys to keep fishing.
Well, you proved that you were more man than I, right in front of everybody just moments ago while we all fled to the casino, which is where I want to invite you all for Cherokee Casino, where our weigh-in's going to be this afternoon. And Luke Palmer stayed here while we all fled. So I don't know whether that means you're more of a man or just not quite as sharp of a knife.
Well, after my tournament finish this week and how I done here at Tenkiller, I don't know if I'm got a sharp knife at all this week for sure.
Is it true that you stayed here through the break? Because we found you sitting here. Did you ever leave?
Well, I just decided to kind of hang out, make sure all the equipment was, up and running and stuff. I was trying to help out everybody and make sure the mics didn't get wet so we keep doing our live coverage for the rest of the day.
Well, team player, never took his sunglasses off the whole time. Calm, cool cat from Colgate, Oklahoma, as I always say. Let's get caught up on the action and kick things off with a little ball of hate. Wes Logan, fishing docks, and we've seen docks be a big player here this week.
I didn't think they would hold up and keep going like they have, which, like me and Kyle talked over the break and everything too. I haven't spent much time up here at all. It's just not. It's it's like I said, it's 2 hours from the house, but a lot of the tournaments I fish don't come up here. I'm more of a Eufaula, Texoma area, and I didn't think the docks would keep playing day after day after day like they have.
No surprise to see Wes Logan catching him on a swim jig. I'd hate to know how many bass he has captured on a swim jig. Of course, the last 2 days we've seen him just creep up the leaderboard late in the day. Be interesting to see if he can get a bigger bite later on this afternoon.
Well, Wes obviously synonymous with a swim jig. Well, another guy synonymous with a bait, and that is a crankbait, and that is 3-time Bassmaster winner Keith Combs, and the action started early and often for him.
I said Keith might have one of the best shots to go ahead and win it because if the water was going to keep coming down, because a lot of heck, how many of 90% of the guys are fishing the bushes. If it would have came out of those, they'd be coming right to play in his hand throughout the rest of the tournament.
We speculated early on day one that he might be doing some deep cranking. We saw that early on live, and turns out he's doing more shallow cranking, flipping down the bank. Caught a lot of his weight flipping yesterday towards the tail end, so it'd be interesting to keep up with him.
How about old Bob Downey flipping?
Seems like every morning Bob has got off to maybe the quickest start of anybody in the field, swimming a jig. It seemed like yesterday when we saw him on camera, he had a limit seemingly within the first 15 minutes of competition. It's basically been a 1-2 punch for the most part, been 2 jigs, a swim jig early in the morning, flipping jig later in the afternoon, and then yesterday he got on a little bit of a swim bait bite, clearer water. That might be a deal too, right, Luke?
It is. I didn't realize this thing would clean up as fast as it has. I drove over the bridge after the first day, and I couldn't believe how much it had cleared up the river. And I was really kind of thinking that someone might go up the river way on up there if it cleaned up a little bit more and really do some damage up there, which that's kind of what I was planning on. And I was running up there, and I think Jason was already coming off the few stretches that I wanted to fish on the way back in yesterday afternoon.
One thing's been consistent since day number 1, and that is your tournament leader, California's Andrew Loberg, an Elite Series rookie. But he has not looked like a rookie here this week. He has led since day number 1, taking those West Coast skills out here to Oklahoma.
He looks more like Oklahoman this week, though. He's got the swim jig going, it looks like, and he's been doing a lot of hit damage flipping, I guess. I haven't got to watch much of it, but, what I have, he's definitely been flipping log jams and just whatever. And he's dang sure putting on his clinic.
certainly seemed to be the deal so far for him this week. Starting his morning on those marina docks, similar to what Wes Logan was doing. A lot of guys in the field are doing. Gerald Swindle, we've seen him this afternoon, but a lot of his damage has come flipping bushes. He told us yesterday that he was just comfortable doing that. Felt comfortable. He looks comfortable. He's in the driver's seat right now.
Well, we're going to continue to follow the action. Andrew Loberg trying to become the third member of that rookie household to win an Elite Series title here. And look, I'm feeling somewhat safe. I did see lightning right over your shoulder, so I think we can let you leave for the day. But we'll keep following the action.
Sounds good.
Are we good? Are we safe?
Yeah, we're good for the rest of the day now.
Let me know. Welcome into the Bassmaster halftime show presented by Bass Cat Boats. Anonymous Scott, anonymous? I don't
Anonymous
know. See, is that the word?
Anonymous.
That's right. That's why we have Mark Menendez here, and it is definitely that over Lake Tenkiller. A relatively small playing field this time around, 13,000 acres, and Mark Menendez, 50 anglers remain. And one thing has been consistent this week, and it's instability and inconsistency. This body of water has been high, low, it's raising, it's fall, and we've got another storm bearing down on us right now, so there's no guarantee I'll be here at the end of this segment, Mark
That's
Menendez.
All right. Kyle and I will handle it. We're not scared of that. We're used to this kind of weather. But the one consistency, Dave, has been that better than average fish. That is carrying you a very long way in this event. If you're lucky enough to get one or two of those 3+ pound fish, man, you just jump leaps and bounds in the standings.
Amazing that for such a small fishery, you would think that by day 2 you'd see the pressure affecting it. Everybody weighed in a limit 2 days in a row, which is pretty rare in the Elite Series unless you get up north.
Correct. Well, one of the unique things about Tenkiller is the depth. There's a lot of depth. There's a lot of safe haven for these fish, even away from forward facing. So you have those lakes with that much depth. You have a mix. You have different communities of fish, so to speak. So with that in mind, we do have lots of fish here. And the lake has always had lots of bass.
Out in the water live right now with Keith Combs, who's having an incredible week here on Tenkiller. Weighed in the biggest bag of the tournament yesterday.
The biggest bag of the tournament. And when we were here in September in 19, Keith was runner-up or third, as I recall, using a crankbait, one of his favorite skills. Most of his major wins have come with a big plug.
They were pulling out.
And he's just moved that
they
a
were
little
coming
further
to me
shallow.
when this water was dropping. They were coming out to these rock banks. Now that the water's rising, I wouldn't be surprised if they're going back to these bushes, and I need to probably go do a lot of that. I mean, I had a very good practice flipping, and I never needed to do it. It's been good. It's been good enough doing this, but man, I'm just chase the little fish are chasing it. I gotta do something.
Talking about water, we talked about how the water has fallen, has risen, and yesterday everybody was talking about the falling water. Combs talking about it rising now.
Well, I just looked at the Corps of Engineers spot where you can see water incoming, water outcoming, and those have crossed. So we're going to be holding stable here for the next little bit, but the incoming has slowed down, so it will start to fall again for day 4. So why not? Let's just mix it up even more.
Keith Combs picking up the flipping stick there, and
I caught one nice one out of it.
From Keith Combs, let's head over to another guy having an incredible week, old Bob Downey.
That's not the case.
Update, we got a decent start. You know, we got a 4-pounder, so we got one big bite out of the way already. We got 2 other decent ones, and then 2 that I'd love to get rid of. If we get 2 more big bites today, we might be able to close the gap a little bit. So anything between 3 to 4 pounds. I know that's asking a lot on this place, but I think that's what we need to have to at least put ourselves in position going into tomorrow. So we're gonna keep after it hard. We got storms rolling through per usual this week. Looks like another cell coming through midday, possibly another one right at the end of the day. So when I checked the weather this morning, it didn't really look like there was going to be much happening today, but these things have certainly popped up, and you know, it might allow us to throw that swim bait a bit down the lake. I'm not really sure yet, but I'm just about to go run to a new area I haven't been to yet. I had some bites flipping in practice there, and I've kind of been saving it, but I'm sure there's been guys in there. There were a lot of fish in there. I just never got a big bite, but I'm gonna go try it for a little bit, and then I want to get down the lake where I caught some better quality the last couple days and see if we can't generate some nice ones. So that's kind of the plan, but we got one of the good ones out of the way, which is nice, and we still got 3.5 hours. So we're gonna go run this other stretch for a little bit and then get down the lake.
Mark, I don't know if I share the same opinion as the anglers, but as a person following this tournament, this is best case scenario for me. I want to see guys get tested and have to change throughout the event, and that has definitely been what we've seen here this week.
We've seen that, Dave, and the unique thing here is those bushes are like a magnet. A largemouth bass is a much more efficient predator when he's next to cover. You've got plenty of smallmouth and spotted bass here too, and we're not seeing those as much in the event. But a largemouth bass is going to move to that cover and stay reluctant to leave that cover as long as he's got water in there. So I think it's going to be the dominant feature of the tournament.
Dave kind of mentioned it there, but I mean, before this tournament, if you looked at this tournament on the schedule 2 months ago, I don't think anybody really expected this one to go this way, which, like he said, for a viewer standpoint, is great because we've seen guys do a little bit of everything. Top water, boat docks, flipping, literally everything. Is it fair to say that this was not the expectation a month or two ago for this tournament?
Well, this lake is so small and its personality changes every 3 to 4 miles up the lake. So you can't just lay 2 rods out there on the deck and go at it like we do on bigger reservoirs. So you have to have, oh, my boat was a mess, Kyle, yesterday. It was crazy.
Watching Chris Johnson live, and he is hooked up.
I was about to say, I think we'll go back and start where we started and kind of go back the other way. I don't think he's gonna help. We got a 110 we gotta get rid of. Same size. Yellow.
Today is a critical day for Chris Johnson. What a unique opportunity he has. We talked about it all year long, how Tenkiller is going to be a big moment. Well, to watch Jay secure it and the evil way it went down was inside the cut, missed the cut by an ounce, but was inside the cut till the final angler weighed in, which was Brad Watley, knocked him outside of the cut, finished 51st. And you know the way Securic's fishing, you know he would have made up 20 spots today. I mean, this is just that kind of tournament. Chris Johnson needs to stay where he is right now, obviously place-wise, to not be our unofficial Angler of the Year leader, but take over that lead.
Well, the other thing Chris has in his favor, he's got a flipping stick in his hand. When you get a flipping stick in the Johnson boys' hands, they're in their comfort zone. So to stay stable today, I think that's a pretty good bet. But watch out if he gets one or two of those good bites. He could put a little distance between he and Jay in the Angler of the Year race.
With only a 3-pound lead, to your point, if he doesn't make the top 10 here, it'll look like a big miss on his part, just because it's a huge opportunity to at least maintain the lead or at least gain a few points back. You know, if he doesn't make the final day cut, you know, good for Jay Secure, bad for Chris Johnston.
Yeah, but we're getting exactly what we wished for. I mean, we wanted it to tighten up. You look where we're going next. We're going to Lake St. Clair, obviously a smallmouth fishery. That being said, the Johnsons, if they have a weakness in their smallmouth repertoire, it is St. Clair. But I mean, it's you can't even call it a weakness. I mean, there's still a player there. But Jay Shakur won the Open there. And then we're going to La Crosse, where everybody's going to talk about Jay Shakur. Remember, second place the last time we were there, Chris Johnston. So it is going to be the Angler of the Year race that we want.
And that's exactly what we want. We want it to come down to the last cast, but I think today is one of the pivotal chances that the anglers have to separate themselves. I'm looking for Chris to have a good day, and Kyle, over the last 6-7 years since 19, he has been able to accomplish that day in and day out, so watch out.
All right, Mark, great job. Thanks for joining us. Who are you picking to win this event?
I don't even have a clue, because it's going to be so volatile at the end. The guy that catches a big fish or two tomorrow will be the guy that will move up politically.
All right, so the guy with the most weight will win this tournament.
My next statement.
All right. Always on point, Mark Menendez. Thank you for joining us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a few minutes with Jason Christie joining us. Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. Andrew Loberg remains our leader as they try to chase him down here on semifinal Saturday. Jason Christie joining us in just a few minutes' time. Don't go anywhere. Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. My second favorite day of the week, semifinal Saturday, and debris in the water is something that our anglers are used to dealing with here this week, whether it be pre-fish or this tournament. Everything has been thrown at our field this week, but the one consistent is Andrew Loberg has led since day number one. A California rookie with 47 pounds, 7 ounces. Right there looks like a pretty good lead right now at this point, but a lot of fishing time left today. Bob Downey creeping up into second. Keith Combs started the day in second, has slipped one space. To third, the little ball of hate, Wes Logan. Kyle Welcher in the mix once again. Gerald Swindle, the biggest mover in this tournament, made a giant move yesterday, all the way up to 10th place. Now he's in 6th place. And we are joined by maybe the most unlikely guest. I mean, I would have, we're here in the Cherokee Casino, and I would have bet a lot of money that me and you were not going to stand beside each other at this stage. I thought we'd be over there on that stage.
Yeah, I would have bet a lot of money on it too. You know, and who asked me yesterday, somebody said, what would you do different? Really nothing. And, you know, I watched a little bit of live this morning, and Shannon was sitting beside me, and she could even call the places out. She's like, that's Pettit Bay, you fish there a lot. And I'm like, yeah, and this is that. But what I've noticed is the guys that's doing good have their area and they're sticking to it. You know what I mean? Guys like me that want to run stuff, you can't do that because there's dudes in the area. The guys that are catching them, they've got an area or they've got a pattern where that's working out. But you know, for me, it was just one of those deals after the first day, you know, losing what I lost. It just nothing. It just wasn't meant to be. I mean, and I know that's a lot of fishermen say that, make excuses. It just wasn't meant to be.
Seems like there was a pivotal moment on day one. You know, I hate to bring this up, but it was so fascinating to hear you break it down that I'm curious, you know, how you look back on it. When you lost that big one on a crankbait, rain started coming, changing conditions like immediately. It seemed like you were really battling going to the bank, doing something you're comfortable with,
yeah,
and also staying off the bank and trying to capitalize on those spots that maybe only you know about. Like, talk us through that situation.
So I'm very, very comfortable fishing deep. especially, you know, in this region. And here's the way I look at it starting the tournament. What is there, 50, 60 guys flipping bushes? Am I going to be one of 50 or 60 guys? I like one of 50. That's my chances of winning because they can all flip or fish offshore on the stuff I know. And, you know, I've heard guys say, well, the offshore bite is not playing because of the high water. That is nonsense. The offshore bite did not play because of the weather that we had. Literally, I had an hour of sunshine on the first day, and I finally got a school that schooled up, and you cannot lose the first 3 big ones in a school and expect that school not to move. And the fish were still there. They were just scattered. They never got schooled up. Like I said, I wouldn't change anything, and I know what lives out there. I just wasn't, you know, I wanted some sunshine. I didn't want to fish around other people, and I know that the kind of the hometown thing kind of got me, but yeah, it's one of the, it's hard to swallow, but it's just lack of sunshine, and that's why those fish never got schooled.
Watching live right now, the biggest mover after day number 1, and that is Gerald Swindle. Has had a great morning. He's had high, but it's been like a good movie. He's laughed, he's cried, it's gone all different directions. Let's listen into him.
Spotted bass, but a good sign. Wasn't one of them big ones. Well, we left one marina and I fished some bushes, shallow pockets, trying to keep that jig swimming bite on us and a flipping bite. I didn't get any. So we swapped areas, come back down the lake, pulled in another marina. I could see more bait under it. And I've had a bite so far. It wasn't a keeper. I mean, it was a keeper, but he didn't get it. But I feel like I have got to get 2 more bites on this style fishing to have a chance to make the top 10 and overcome my mistake this morning. So, you know, you could run and say, I'm gonna go swim, jig, or flip, but I know with this conditions, if I just work these marinas slow with this bait, top water bait, stuff like that, if I get another bite or 2, I mean, who to say you could have 17 or 18 pounds, so I'm gonna stick with what got me this far. Main thing I didn't want to do today, and I've been in these situations so many times, is trying to fight your way to that top 10. You want to do too much. Just try to do 50 rods at one time, and I'm fighting the urge not to want to do that, man. I mean, I ran by 2 places out here. I've caught some cranking offshore, but I'm like, nope, this is the way I got a chance to do good, and I'm going to stick with it. Just fish this whole marina in this creek, anything that gets in the way. You know, when you see the bait under here like this, and that's what was missing in my other marina up there this morning. It wasn't much bait, and I don't know if it's because the water come up and the bait went further back in the creek. And the last couple of days it's been falling and it pulled it out in the shade. I don't know. I wish I had some scientific answer for everyone at home, but I don't know. It just wasn't there. And I might go back and make one more pass down the magic stretch of that marina before the day's over. I mean, it's due. It's just so boring like this because you can't see them on any type of forward-facing sonar. Most of the time you're just fishing and they show up. So it's kind of when I'm going by my gut that and I see more fish here already than I've seen in the other marina.
Gerald Swindle obviously talking about what he thinks it's going to take to get it done, and he's obviously self-admittedly, and he turned himself in, obviously, and it's not the first guy it's happened to have that extra fish in the live well. It is painful, a 2-pound penalty. Is this the first you've heard of that, or are you reacting to the lightning behind us?
I had no idea, but I know a guy, he's standing right here, that did it whenever Seth and I were battling out for Angler of the Year on Champlain. I had 6 fish in there and had to call it in, and that's not a good feeling, and hopefully that doesn't cost him the event.
Let's get over to our reigning rookie of the year, Trey McKinney.
That was sick. Little topwater fish. Green. 2.5. Losing weight as we go. Hey, stop it. Stop it. Make sure. That was sick. She just, oof. I thought it was gonna be like a 4-pounder.
A critical day today for Trey McKinney. With the shakeup in AOY and the opportunity that was opened up by Shakur just missing the cut, he has unofficially moved within 13 points of the AOY lead. So everything getting tighter in a hurry. And he's proven a lot of folks on the internet wrong. Turns out he does know how to fish shallow.
Jason, I'm curious from what... Oh, boy, what do we got going on here, Mercer?
What are we magnet fishing now? Whoa. What is going on?
It looks like to me that storm blew something off of that deck, probably a chair or a picnic table or something.
Let's be honest. Based on what we've seen this week, I don't think that guy could pull up anything that would surprise us at this point.
Nothing. Yeah. This footage from Jordan Lee's boat, I believe. What is at the end of that rope? All of a sudden, forward-facing sonar is the greatest thing. It might help him out.
Right.
I mean, he is gingerly... What are we betting on here?
I'm going to say one of those metal chairs.
Cal, where are you going?
I'm going to say table, just because he's carrying it so light. I don't know if it's just that heavy. That's why he's going... Oh,
wait, here we go.
We got?
Christy
Oh, and here is a shocker.
Yeah.
Once again, Jason Christie is correct.
Christy can't catch a bass, but he can guess what's on the end of the rope.
Magnet fishing is super popular nowadays.
You know, talking about the lake, I've fished here for 35 years now, and I've never seen as many bass as what we have right now. So, you know, we have a lot of people that travel from Arkansas. They come over here because of the smallmouth. It's one of the few lakes in the area that you can catch smallmouth, and you can catch big ones. My daughter actually caught a 7.4 out there one day on a plug smallmouth back when we used to have real big ones. So it's a really good lake. Honestly, it's not fishing great compared to what it normally does, but there's so many fish, and that's the thing. You see swindle fishing a marina, see guys offshore, you see guys in the bushes. There's just so many fish. They all can't go to the bushes.
Is there anything that you've seen so far this week that surprised you, or heard, or anything that's been a little bit of a surprise?
One of the things I said before, I think I did a video, that at the end of the week, I'm going to see something that I'm going to say, I did not know that. That has not happened. You know, everything. Matter of fact, where the dude is leading, like that's the deal. You know what I mean? But like I said, he's got his area, and he put his stake in the ground, and it's just hard to run in on that kind of stuff. Sure.
Well, on location coverage, the nice thing about that is you can scratch and sniff it. You really understand what it feels like out there. And only in Oklahoma can you be standing inside a tent, but yet it's still raining on you. Somehow we are getting wet here, but that's fine. Andrew Loberg, your tournament leader, 47 pounds, 7 ounces. Kind of right behind him, Bob Downey. A lot of time left in the day, but that is the biggest lead we've seen here all week.
No question. Obviously, the big ones are hard to come by, so that is a great lead for Andrew.
Well, we're standing beside a big one, and that is Jason Christie. Hopefully he'll stick around with us for another segment. We'll be right back. Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. It is semifinals Saturday. Looks pretty nice there. A little inclement here. And that is the story of this tournament. Changing conditions, whether the water's rising, it's falling. The last few days, it's been falling from the skies a lot. A lot of anglers talking about just how much rain. I mean, many anglers saying that is the most rain they've ever competed in. I don't remember it ever. I mean, the only time I think on the Elite Series it was ever worse competition-wise was one of the first times we went to Orange, Texas.
Exactly.
And it teamed all day long. And by the looks of things,
we had a lacrosse event.
Yeah.
Where the parking lot was
flooded.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was. It just shows how much harder I wanted to work back then. I remember I did a video at that lacrosse event right in the middle of it, and I was the first one in the casino when the storm rolled around. But Jason Christie, you just finished telling us, with all this rain, there is some good.
Mm-hmm. Yes. What's going to happen is, like yesterday, we got 2 inches of rain pretty quick. And what happened is these creeks and these guts and stuff will flush, run a bunch of water in. We're going to see either this afternoon or tomorrow, somebody's going to hit their timing right in one of those ditches. They're going to put their power poles down, and they're going to make the same cast and catch 15 to 17 pounds. It's not something that you can, it's a timing thing. Like all has to do with, like, the mud comes in and then the clear water comes in. If you can be there right when that happens, it's just like that. I mean, you can get right, and you can catch big ones, smallmouth, largemouth. So I really expect that. It looks like that's what he's setting in there. You see the water coming in on the back. But what happens is it pushes crawdads in, fresh water, the bait gets up there, and of course the fish are going to follow. And there's some prime ones. There's a few ditches out there in this lake that there'll be, I mean, you'll see somebody, I mean, I've done it. You catch 30, 40, 50 on the same cast.
Wow.
In 3 feet of water. So.
And it has to happen more here just because it happens more.
Yeah.
I mean, the fish are just used to it.
Right.
Watching Trey McKinney right now live on the water. And as we talked about last segment, he has moved himself within contention of Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Let's listen to Trey right now.
Right now, trying to find some fish on some runoffs. I feel like that's the best way for me to catch like a true big bag. I just caught one on a poplar that was 2.5, so I like it, and I just had a big one thump my jig and let it go. So if we can find the oh goodness, there is some fishies. If we can find the right runoff, I think we're going to be good. It's going to take time, because I don't know where much runoffs are. I'm just going to have to look on the map, see where I think it's best. You can see the waterfall right there. I mean, there was 5 or 10 sitting in that one that chased my poplar out but didn't eat it. The last one kamikazed it. If you get in front of the right fish, they're gonna bite like this.
Trey McKinney or not, but he just made you look like a genius. You talked all about runoffs, and on cue, He's fishing a runoff, talking about having to figure out where there's more runoffs on this body of water.
Right.
So
That right there is, it's a good example, but it's not. I mean, that right there shows you got water coming in, but there's some ditches where it pours in. I mean, you could whitewater raft off of them. That's the ones where the big schools will actually get in there.
Now, are most of the ones on this lake going to be on more vertical structure like this? Because I know not far from here on Beaver and some of the lakes in northwest Arkansas, it's real flat, and they'll come in really hard.
No, they'll even on the flat ones. I mean, every one of those run-ins you can catch fish in, but there's 8 or 10 of them that have the right ingredients. You know, they just have the right ingredients. So. That's one's that's a run-in right there. Yeah, that's a run-in.
that's exactly what you're talking about, and you can see how that would literally ignite every bit of nature that's in the area.
You know, and I just think about this, you know, the cards that were dealt this week. I'm standing here, rain's pelting me in the back. It's done it every day. Just like, I think about it, how many times in June has this happened here? Not 3 days in a row. Not 3 days in a row. Maybe one day, but not 3 days in a row. So these guys that's doing what he's doing, they've been given a gift because the water was getting down. Now they're getting fresh water coming in, getting a little color in the water, and also making the water come up. Like these dudes that's flipping bushes and stuff, and guys fishing run-in. I mean, at the beginning of the week, I said it's not going to be one shallow, but it's probably going to be one shallow with what the weather's doing.
Does that make it more painful?
Yes, it makes it painful. But like I said, I mean, one of 50 dudes is going to win doing that. I like my chances better fishing offshore. Obviously, if I could go back and start the tournament over, I would. But, like, who goes to your home lake? Like, my ambassador asked me yesterday, he goes, why are you not on the lower end scoping? It was just a random question he asked. And I was like, I'm on my home lake. I fished every rock and every bush. Why would I be down there scoping? I mean, using live scope. I'm going to fish what I know. And like I said, I was around them. But yes, it is more painful watching this. So.
These mats.
Seems to be even more painful when every time we go to a new angler, they're seemingly in the sun, and we're not.
Right.
Yeah, it's not going terrible. We got about 12 and a half. I feel like if I can get to 14, we'll have a chance to go tomorrow. I've had a few opportunities. It's just, man, it is what it is. There ain't nothing you can do about it. I'm just gonna stay in this area the rest of the day. I know it's got a lot of potential for a big bite or a good bite. I don't know, the weather's kind of making it difficult to fish right here. About to make a little bit of a move. Keep dobbing around. We're gonna run into one somewhere before it's over. This looks way different than yesterday, I can tell you that.
We've had some feuds there.
What? Chrissy, you told me that's called the what?
The feuding hole.
Who's been feuding?
Feuding. So, not far from where Wes is at, there's an offshore place that I located several years ago, and we fish a lot of jackpots and stuff. Long story short, there was a boat paddle involved in the story, and my dad's not a little guy. I mean, like, you don't mess with him whenever you're fishing, but the boat paddle never got used, and it wasn't in our boat, it was in the other boat. But there was just one of those guys that never went fishing unless it was tournament night, then he would be out there. And that's called the feuding hole, right behind where Wes is fishing there.
How did the feud end?
Oh, no, there was never anything. It was just a lot of verbal, but it's funny. I mean, that's what's known. That's what it's called, is the feuding hole. That right there is what I'm talking about. What you're seeing coming in right there. No, there was never any blows. There was a lot of just a lot of talk, and it was
debate.
Friendly. Yeah, it was friendly at times. at just a little bit of time, it was friendly.
So that's well, Welcher's fishing. That's the kind of stuff you're talking about.
Yeah, look at the current ripping. And these fish know it. Like a lot of these residents within 400 or 500 yards, when it starts going like that, immediately they trigger and they take off there. It's just a short window. I would say a couple of hours. If you can get there in that couple of hours when everything's right, you can make it go down.
I mean, to see current that has eddies and seams the way that, I mean, that's not a trickle. That's legit. That's a river.
Yeah, it's ripping. We used to, a long time ago, before power poles, we would pull up to a tree and we would literally kind of find a tree where we could make the cast, and we would tie up to the tree, because once you found the cast, it was the same cast. So you catch, 8 or 10 of them, and then it's just like offshore fishing. You'd switch baits and you'd catch 8 or 10 more. It's just fun. And that's kind of an Ozarks. It's not just here. It's Ozarks and all around that, but it's just a popular thing. Because we don't run a lot of mud. Actually, that runoff will be more clear than muddy.
Kind of makes sense, too. I remember one of the most famous Bassmaster scenes, Tommy Biffle, I forget where it was, but he's up that, like, literally in the current, well, where's Tommy Biffle from? Oklahoma. So makes a lot of sense. And you know what makes sense? Us not standing in the rain anymore and getting out of this weather. And we're going to do exactly that, Kyle Jesse. Hey, we made it through this.
Barely, but we did. We're a little more wet than we started, but not too bad.
Through the magic of television, it does not look at all what it feels like, but it is very inclement out there. And our anglers continue to battle it out. Jason Christie, thank you for joining us.
It was a pleasure. Always a pleasure.
Well, pleasure-ish.
Yeah, pleasure-ish.
Who are you picking to win this? You got to put your hat on someone.
Where he's fishing, Bob Downey.
Old Bob.
Yeah.
We'll continue to follow the action. Don't go anywhere.
2025 Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller. Sponsored by Ranger Boats. By Rapala. And by Yamaha. Bassmaster Live continues on. Headed toward the afternoon, very near the afternoon time here. Weigh-in coming up at 3:30 Eastern Time, 2:30 local time, and Andrew Loberg opening up that lead. The top of our 10 there. Only the 10 from today. We'll get into tomorrow's final round, championship round. Bob Downey. Closest we've got to Andrew Loberg, Keith Combs, Wes Logan, Kyle Welcher making a move up over the past, call it an hour and a half right there for sure. 10 anglers in the boat with 10 of the 50 who are out there. Excuse me. Let's check in on our leader, Andrew Loberg. Absolutely getting what he needs on day number 3 for the 3rd day in a row.
Be a 2-pounder. Guy's just skinny. Barely calls.
From the boat of Chris Johnston. Chris currently 1 spot outside the top 10. He would love to make it into that top 10 today.
A little brown one.
And yeah, there they go. It'll take them long to shake off that storm.
Chris Johnson was 10th a minute ago. Greg DePalma just supplanted him. Of course, Gerald Swindle will lose 2 pounds, so right now Chris Johnson 11th would be in.
I stand corrected there, Such.
Forgot
about the penalty assessment.
I don't think so. I don't know if I did that or 1.7. Close.
Very tight. He's an ounce back of 10th place. Greg DePalma right now. Of course, we got Dakota Ebear, Brandon Card, Taku Ito. Real close, within a pound.
Bucket E is showing up for us, Tommy. Brandon Card.
Yeah.
Slide in there.
Yeah. Needed it.
Absolutely.
Needed a good tournament here. Turn the season around a little bit. Let's check in. It's been a little bit since we checked in with Keith Combs. Let's see.
I need to make sure I'm in the top 10 because then, you know, you don't want to come this far and not do that. But I'm doing everything I know, keeping this honest. We'll keep it all honest. That's what we're gonna do. We may go back and crank in a little bit, but we'll try some key stretches that I got some good bites on. I haven't needed to fish this way really much in this tournament. That cranking was good, extremely good.
So I was told to tell you through our text line and WeChat that please send your camera crew through info and tell your anglers. I'll get to it now. Please be weather aware.
Okay. Well, we'll. Coming in, huh?
Giving Keith a weather update of possible
advisory information, yeah.
It's one thing when the wind blows, but when it gets in a circular motion, Tommy,
nice.
it's a little different.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Got some shit coming, huh?
Very unsettled weather, unstable weather. We have a big system that's just been spinning across basically the eastern half of the United States.
Since April.
For several, since April 2024.
Yeah, we'll play it by ear.
I guess whatever's coming is like in Tulsa right now, coming this way.
I'm good. I don't need to see it. I'll trust you.
Hey, Skip. He's all good. He's all good.
The live well's not full. We're hanging in with it out here, buddy. You can tell me about those forecasts all you want.
That's He's got 11 pounds to make up on yesterday.
Yeah.
He's exactly 11 pounds shy of yesterday's weight. Of course, he had a 5, the 4, 3.5, couple other threes.
I mean, I just been there, done that. I know what the feeling is.
No time to spare.
Take your chances.
Jordan Lee.
And shallow, whether it be, you know, the too many boats or the water just, you know, I caught a couple this morning and did it for a while and just have not got bit. So just trying to think on how else I can, you know, get a bite and maybe a big one, you know, 3 to 4 pounder. And these floating docks out here, the water level really doesn't affect them. And there's fish on them. It's just hard. It's been hard for me to catch a good one. I did it the first morning and caught some, but they were all small. You know, I've just been really just trying a little bit of everything. You know, going down these rock banks, pitching a jig, just really kept everything pretty honest today. I mean, I like how I fished. I got around 12 pounds. Caught that one good one this morning flipping, and just been mixing it up a lot. And I don't know, just trying to get that one sign to be like, you know, this is what you need to be doing. I mean, there's a row of bushes over there that's I could fish, but you know, there's 3 boats on it, so it's hard to go want to, you know, do that when you see as many boats as there has been. Break this swim bait off. Golly, I can't break this line. I broke it that time. But yeah, Tenkiller's been, it's been hard to get a good bite. I mean, that's been the thing for everybody, most of the field anyways, and you know, that one bite can change your day. So that's what we're trying to get right now, and I'm thinking this swim bait, skipping it back under these docks, just doing something a little bit different. You know, I hit my best stretch of bushes this morning, and you know, I went back by and there were several boats that had already got to it again, so it's just kind of made me want to do something a little different. We got clouds, wind, a little bit of breeze now. It was gassing earlier, but I don't know, just trying to mix it up and figure today out. Still got time. I'm about to hit these 3 docks right here and maybe run up the river. Try to make something happen the last couple hours. But I really like how I fished this week. I mean, I've stayed shallow the whole time. You know, flipped a lot. Caught most of my fish on a jig and that accent creature on. Largemouth, spot, call all 3 species every day.
Jordan Lee in 9th place. It's a little bit precarious. You got to be in 10th place if you want to move on for today's semifinal round. The Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series, if you haven't checked it out, go to the QR code, punch it up, and see what that's all about. Growing with influence and numbers every year. Got a big tournament coming up July 26th and 27th up in upstate New York, Lake Champlain, Plattsburgh. The next stop for the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series. We're back on Lake Tenkiller. Hope you're enjoying your weekend here. We sure are enjoying ours. We've enjoyed everything since Thursday, the first 3 days of competition at the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller. We've still got we've got clouds in the area. We've got possible more cells moving through later on today. We'll try to get the fishing in. Everyone's fishing with purpose right now. Not like they aren't always. But Andrew Loberg trying to hang on to that lead. Bob Downey looking for his breakthrough win with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Could be a big, big week for him. Keith Combs could be big for him in another way. It's been a while since he's won out here, but he owns a 111-pound century belt from one of his wins in the state of Texas, way down in the state of Texas, Lake Falcon.
And Tommy, I'll say it wasn't an elite win, but against 200 plus anglers in an open when he won at Sam Rayburn a few years ago, that's so much harder than we recognize. Seeing how Jason Christie did this week and Lee Livesey at Fork, like to be able to conquer, and so Combs has done Texas its justice.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Had a little trouble with Texas this year, but he'll be back. He's far from done. Oh, well, sure.
That's a nice one. Trying to sneak a peek. He is the same size. I mean, he looks a lot bigger.
He does look bigger there, Kyle.
This one's a third of an ounce bigger. Quit, dude.
Welcher, the second biggest bag of the day, from 9th to 4th place with 14.4.
Trey McKinney started the year off with 89th place down on the St. Johns River. He had gotten, let's say, the average for his tournament finishes over the last year and a half down there. He would be looking at everybody in the rear view mirror with regard to the points race.
His 4th top 10 of the year.
Each season he's had one bomb, though. One was by performance at St. John's, one was by rule infraction at Smith last year, and it's like, nowadays time, I know Brandon Polinick, Aaron Martins, they've won AOYs with a 100-place finish. You just can't do it.
No,
you just can't do it anymore.
I think them days are gone, as they say.
Well, he's going to be right in the thick of things with 89.
Oh, yes. And that's hoping that, you know, a Shakur slips to 51st like he did, or a Johnston had a slow start to a season, that kind of stuff.
As Johnston said, I'm flipping the rest of the day. I'm done with the rest of it. We'll see if he keeps that promise.
He had a couple big catches yesterday afternoon.
It was one. Come on.
In our top 10, Chris, Keith Combs, Trey, a lot of their catches earlier in this tournament were just outside the bushes, and this rising water has really hurt them. That's why I think Chris says I'm He'll be flipping the bushes the rest of the time. He realizes that rising water has pulled those fish in.
Others like Bob Downey loving it. They you know, says, I got to get way back there, and that's something he wants to do.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Get him pinned up against the bank there. Speaking of which.
Speaking of old Bob.
Old Bob Downey.
What's that? We're back down the lake now, like mid-lake, I'd say. Kind of in the zone where I think I've weighed 4 fish out of this little area. couple mile stretch, so I guess not a super little area, but caught a 3-pound largemouth and a 4-pound smallie on this stretch yesterday, and then a little further down caught a couple 3-pounders the first day. Water's obviously come up some, so right now I'm just flipping. This is close to the stretches where I've caught them on the swim bait too, so you kind of wrestle back and forth on, do you flip this, do you throw the swim bait? Because I caught the 4-pound smallie flipping yesterday, and I've caught the other 3-pounders on the swim bait, so it's, you kind of go back and forth. On some of these banks where it's just more straight bushes, it's harder to cast that swim bait effectively in these areas, but if we get down a stretch where it's a little more spread out and scattered, I think that's where I might mix it in. We've got pretty good cloud cover. There's a possible front kind of on its way or in the area, so who knows, they still might eat that thing even without the rain. But for whatever reason, the rain's been kind of key for that swim bait deal the first couple days, so you know, the day's been all right so far. I'd love to get if at least one more good bite, you know, 3+ pound bite. Obviously, if we can get more than that, that'd be wonderful, but yeah, just looking for 1 or 2 more good ones. I don't get many bites in this zone like I have been up the river, but it seems like the quality's a little better for the most part. So kind of just, you know, put your head down and go, and know that you're not going to get many bites, but if you do, it could be a better one. So that's the plan for the afternoon.
Good to have a plan. Downey been very disciplined in his approach this week. Staying on the move over to Andrew Loberg.
Yes. There you go. Needed it.
Been a couple of hours since Andrew's last keeper, as a matter of fact.
Gonna be close to helping him. He seems excited about it, though. I guess the smallest one, 110, that will help. They don't grip them with their thighs unless they think they're going to have be an upgrade.
That's
totally making that up. I'm not an authority on gripping.
That's a new art. That's a new art form, I think.
There. Wow.
Yeah. The scissor grab.
Almost a pound.
Well, Bob said it. There is some weather that is, as near as I can figure, more than an hour away, but maybe not too much more than that. Needs to be about 2 hours away if we're going to get most of our fishing day done without the presence of rain. And what else comes with that? Andrew Loberg, the man on top, maybe getting a little boost right there. Low-hanging clouds here at the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller. Clouds we can handle. Clouds are no problem. Rest of it's a little bit troubling, but we find a way to get through it. Everyone knows the precautions to take, and we've got more fishing on the way. That's the long and the short of it. Weigh-in is not until, or check-in is not until 2:30 Eastern time. Weigh-in will be somewhat after that because they got to travel, right?
Yeah, they got to get from mid-lake on the east side of the lake. You got to go around to the top side into Tahlequah for the Cherokee Casino location. And so, yeah, I'd expect 20 30 minutes.
20, 30? Yeah. Start the weigh-in? Okay.
20 to get in there. Parking lot's big enough, you don't have to park and get a golf cart, you should be able to pull right in there and do the deal.
Might be crowded. Might have to park.
That's right.
Away from the stage.
Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about the fans. I'm talking about the anglers should be able to pull right in instead of.
You think they're privileged? They should just have.
Well, they
You know, I
they
mean-
just expect that sort of thing.
It's the Bassmaster Elite Series. Come on.
Let's get back out to the two-time Progressive Bassmaster
I fished
Angler
that
of the
big
Year.
marine over there, and I had a couple small bites and some followed my jerk bait, but to me it just didn't feel right. A lot of noise on the marina, so I bounced back out here. I'm headed kind of back toward the marina area I'm started, but this has been a good little bank for me to flip. It's got some big rock under the bushes, right off the main lake. Caught some smallmouth here, a few good largemouth, so I pulled in on it, and I caught one right off the bat swimming a jig, just a pound and a half, it wouldn't help me. And I thought I'd flip it a little bit. And my gut's saying I'm just barely missing the change of the day. Like, I feel like they're biting somewhere. It's just a matter of making that small adjustment. I just, you know, the water been falling, so you want to flip outside, but then yesterday the water come up, it's a little bit more today, so do you go back in? So it's just a little bit of thinking process here. But doing this, you got to fish slow enough to rule it in or out. You can't just fly through this and go, oh, there wasn't. You got to really take your time and make sure that you covered it well. And naturally, we got more bad weather coming, so I may end up, I got two more little marinas. I think after I finish here, I'm gonna go try them again, you know, and just try to get that one or two key bites. I just feel like they're biting a buzz bait, and I can't figure out where to do it and get them to bite it, and it's killing me. But it's a buzz bait kind of day. It just feels that way. May not be all over the lake, but it is somewhere. And happy Father's Day to my pops, because I won't be home. I head to another derby. Happy Father's Day there, Tommy. Know you sitting home. You probably can't hear what I'm saying because you can't hear good anyway. So happy Father's Day. I can't sign it, and I'll just have to tell you about when I get home. Then they snatched me one out of these bushes right here for a Father's Day present.
Itching to get the buzz bait out.
Hey, let's do it.
Why not? I'm not against that. I'd
Go
love to see
berserk.
that. Yeah.
Big boy drop. Little outside bush limb right there ought to be one in. Happy Father's Day, but it didn't help me, Pops. When I snatched him out of there, son, like he stole something from somebody. That's how we used to get snatched up from out of church. I don't know if you ever been like that. My dad snatch you up like that out of church, and you be in there talking. You be out in the parking lot. You think the Holy Spirit done got you, but it wasn't. It was just Daddy chewing red man. Whoo! We got whipped so bad for talking in church. My brother's 57. He still won't say amen in church. I don't care what happened. Preacher said, give me amen. He'll be like, take a whooping like I do. Quit talking in church. You just quit talking in church. You never know. It could have been a 4-pounder, but he was right where he's supposed to be. A little limb sticking off that bush. Come on. Take my time, make a few more good pitches. I pulled the trigger too early on that. Something just didn't feel right, and it hung. I think it went down in one of them walks. Not a cooking wok, but a wok. There is a difference, you know.
All the anglers we've covered during this kind of stormy tournament here, the only one that ever mentioned the barometric pressure associated with these little cells that come through here is Andrew Loberg, our winner. He always kind of expected for the bite to pick up right before the violent weather picked up. Let's see if it works out this time. We'll get to test that here before too long.
Yes, we will.
It's always interesting if you've had sunny conditions for 3 or 4 days and then you have a front come through where it's like an official one big front. that
Like a
we
cold
expect.
front,
Well, yeah,
like a standard cold front,
or
yeah.
a good, yeah, whatever. You expect that change is the most important because it's the first one that's substantial after a change. But with so many of these storms popping up, it's like by the time it changes and then it reverts back and then it's going to change again, it's you wonder how delayed these fish are in reacting to it.
Pressure
You know,
fatigue by then.
well, you know, if it's like then mini feeding windows instead of one big window, you know, like a wave of the spawn in Florida, Davey, when it warms up after being cold for a while, they all move. Whereas if it's like warm, cold, you have a lot of smaller waves that go.
Wow, now that's a small one.
Yeah, that's a real small.
Jeez. Yeah. What was that? Oh, yeah.
Here comes another contender, KJ Queen, who's in the 30s, just landed a 3.5 pounder. He's got 13.7 on the day. He's in 12th place, 3 ounces behind Chris Johnston.
Any word on if KJ's rocking the tunes like he did at Pasquotank? Such?
Yeah, I'm sure he is.
You know how many copyright claims we had on our live stream with the music that was not warranted?
You have to send earbuds to those people, Ronnie. That should be your, combination gift and possible avoidance of lawsuit action.
You know, it's just one of those. There's always a group, one in the group that likes it. I think Destin DeMary, when he was on the Elite Series, always had music going in his ear. He did have an earbud. But we always have one, and people are like, is he on a conference call? It's like, no, he's just listening to music in his ear.
Oh, dang it.
What do they play on their hydro waves to get, what music, what band would they play on that to get fish to bite?
Honestly, they need a rushing water tune on their hydro wave, Davey, so that the fish pull up shallower, you know, ready to eat.
We got the weigh-in starting at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. As we say, it might be a little bit later than that. That's check-in time for the first flight. 2:30 local, 3:30 Eastern Time on Bassmaster.com. Take everything up to the Cherokee Casino in Tahlequah for the big festivities there, and to find ourselves a winner for today on the hot seat, Andrew Lowberg, the Yeti hot seat. 2025 Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, 9 events. This is number 7, the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite from Lake Tenkiller. Cookson, Oklahoma is the nearest city. Our coverage sponsored by TH Marine. We're happy to have you with us here on this special Saturday. Trying to get a lineup for tomorrow's big doings. The top 10 going at it for the Blue Trophy on Championship Sunday. And Andrew Lowberg started the day with the lead, as he did yesterday as well. Trying to go wire to wire on this thing right here. At one time, he had his lead stretched out to 5 pounds. That was early in the day. He went. There we go. All right. Well, welcome to the Bassmaster Studios. I forgot we were going to come to the studio here, and sponsored by Marathon. Got Davey, got Ronnie here, got Such, and guys, we look at Andrew Lowberg and what he's been able to do. I mean, he's had some assaults on his big margin today, but he's been successfully able to fend them off, and he's back to a 4-pound, 10-ounce lead, which is pretty darn big.
It really is. He's done a good job, in my opinion, of mixing it up, fishing some new water each and every day. To be honest with you, though, and it always happens, but you can certainly see it here this week, the weather is really just falling into his game plan. Starting out on the marina docks and these clouds and rains have helped extend the shad spawn, but then also going and fishing the bushes. Yesterday, about before it started really raining hard, he started talking about, man, I'm going to lose water on these bushes, these stretches that I've been able to catch these fish on. The water has come back up. It's all really kind of fallen in to his plan. And, you know, it's no surprise. The weather is what it is. The water level is what it is. Other anglers have a chance to adjust. He's just done the best job of it.
And to go off of that, we talked pre-tournament, maybe what the weights would be. And when you think of a 62 to 64 pound winning weight, and you want to do it consistently, you know, you want to do 16 pounds a day to get to 64 pounds. But with him having 17 and a half and 18 plus pounds, he's well ahead of the pace. Other people had their drop-offs yesterday with 13 pound days, 12 pound days. But now we're seeing his 12 and a half pound day. No one has walked through that door, though, with 17 to 18 pounds. So you might have 2 18-pound days this week and 2 13-pound days. It's just when you do it. He's already done his 2 big days. If he rides 2 13-pound day, he might be in the winner's circle because no one's walked through that door.
Do you guys think 44 pounds will get you in the top 10 at the end of the day today?
Ooh.
Started
at 28.
Could be more than that?
A little more than that, yeah.
46?
At least 45.
45, okay. Ronnie?
To make to top 10?
Yeah, make it to top 10.
Oh, I'll go under that.
Really?
Okay.
45, I feel like with it being 28 and change yesterday,
yeah,
that's asking quite a few people to get 16 pounds today. So I'll go I'll go 42 and a half, 43.
Okay.
I don't think there's just so many guys in that 40 range that some of them might legit actually be in the 40 range.
Yeah. 45 is a little much. Yeah.
Okay. Such, what's your call on that?
Yeah, lower than that. I mean, there's 2 hours left of fishing, and maybe somebody will catch them, but not all of them are going to catch enough to upgrade that high.
It's a little different situation. We've had the first 2 days, we had 40 anglers that we didn't know what was coming. Today we know that.
A lot
So
more straightforward.
I was probably a little high in mine.
No, it's good. I mean, I would love for it to be 45 to make the top 10.
That would mean everything had gotten closer together.
Absolutely.
Again, it's 8 pounds separating the top from the bottom.
For sure.
now. Yeah.
We would have a lot more people in it to win it tomorrow behind Loberg.
Boy, it is tight to get into Championship Sunday, though, that's for sure. Right outside, there's 5 or 6 guys within 1 bite.
It's going to be a brutal weigh-in. We hate to say it over and over again, but for Gerald Swindle, that 2-pound penalty. Right now, he's 7th with his sheer weight, but he would be 15th with the penalty. That's 8 spots for the penalty, and that's on a bass track situation. It's probably going to be 14 spots, you know. Got to have a 5-pounder for Swindle to make up that ensuing penalty later.
Yeah, he said that. Hopefully he gets it.
He said he's going back a couple of marinas, possibly, before he gets her done today. Getting there a little quicker than what I had.
Yeah, I don't think those were fighter jets.
No, that wasn't the flyover in honor of Father's Day or anything like that.
Ooh.
I think he's gonna help.
Maybe it was a flyover. That fish flew over the boat.
There's your flyover right there.
Yeah.
Look at the radar, they're just popping up however they want. It's just
everywhere,
popping
little
across
cells.
the whole area, yeah.
That's kind of been the nature of it, hasn't it?
Oh, he does help. Glad I checked. I was fixing it. He's just a 1 3/4, but it's going cold. It's going cold one. Yeah, he's bigger. He's bigger. Came up here some of this dirtier water. Didn't take long. Not 12.
Yeah, you're right, Such. This is one that just came out of nowhere in advance of the front that's approaching here. So, man, you can't win.
Just look at Tahlequah, the way it's going to be. If they can hold it off a little bit, 315, 320, 330, it may all pass by then. Maybe.
Could be.
Lovely. Yeah. Wet on the ground, but lovely.
One good bite away from having a decent day. I got a 110 I got to get rid of.
Johnson 6 ounces out of the top 10 as it stands right now.
Oh, little one, I think.
It's a lot like yesterday afternoon.
Eerily like yesterday.
I like what Jason Christie said about finding the right runoff where the fish will stack up, run in, the water gushing in. So maybe it's a good time now to be looking. We heard who was looking for it earlier.
So I think that's what Kyle Welcher has done, but then Trey McKinney is, he's fished several run-ins, run-offs, whatever you want.
It's so hard to do that too. You got such a limited window of time to fish them, and then you also have to give it enough time, but then run around and find it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not something in practice that at any point in practice you can try it. It's like, you got to just,
That's one thing that definitely would be a local advantage. If this scenario happened and Jason Christie fishing today, you'd know which ones to run
exactly where to go. Yeah.
Where I assume Trey is just randomly looking on his map thinking, hey, yeah, there could be one here.
Long shot is what you're saying.
Yeah, but they can really pay off. Smith Lake is a place we've talked about similar here. Douglas, I've caught them, both of those places on exactly what Jason Christie was describing.
Obviously, all Highland reservoirs act like this at times, but doing the runoff deal at Greer's Ferry, which has spotted bass, smallmouth, largemouth, like, is very, very eerily similar.
Beaver Lake, same deal.
Yep.
This is how much came down yesterday about this time of day. It was prodigious.
What do you got? 9?
Yeah, looks very much like the day.
Yes.
Rain has that sort of sameness to it. Oh. Chris Johnson might need more than he thinks he needs in order to get to the top 10. It's a tough sell. Of course, now we're not counting in the swindle penalty assessment situation on his position either, so we got to think about that.
We got lucky. It got some bad lightning there for a second, and it kind of blew right on through, but we hear that storms are popping up everywhere, so we kind of sit tight to let the rain just subside a little bit, and then we're going to run back around, probably check another marina or two. But man, we are having some crazy weather now. I mean, I understand that weather can be finicky, but this is kind of out of hand. You know what I mean? There's a difference in finicky and just slam out of hand. See? And then that happens, lightning. Try to be safe about it. Don't know whether to go that way or hide. Where to hide if you're gonna hide. First storms come through had a bunch of wind in it. This one don't seem to have much wind in it. And I just feel like these jokers are biting somewhere.
Rookie of the Year leader Paul Marsh just added a nice 2.5 pounder, gets to 10.5 pounds, 27th place. Brian New, a 311. Remember, he had the 5-1 late in the day yesterday. Our Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the tournament.
Oh boy.
Making a little difference here. Yeah, look at the little pop-ups in advance of that big lump that's coming.
Look at all those.
Well, I just thought we had an hour and 10 minutes. No, we got some advanced scouts in terms of cells just popping up all around Lake Tenkiller. Semi-final Saturday at the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller. Day 3 is semi-final Saturday. We're looking for 10 anglers to carry over into Sunday. That is obviously not a current shot right there. That was back when it was a little nicer, maybe this morning or something like that. We actually had a little sunshine in the mix this morning, but it's not that way right now, but all things must pass, and that will pass as well. Maybe we'll get some fishing in around and through it. Andrew Loberg, the man on top, still got a good substantial lead over Bob Downey, Keith Combs, Kyle Welcher making a big move up. Wes Logan, been pretty steady right there, 5th, 6th, 7th place all through the day today. Trey McKinney, Gerald Swindle, though, he's going to have a 2-pound penalty set to be assessed at the weigh-in. So why don't we get you kind of all squared away if you're just picking up with us on this Saturday afternoon as it is now. And let us fill you in on what we have seen today as we turn to our Lose Midday Report. And we will start it out with the Texan Keith Combs.
Keith Combs doing what he loves to do here this week. A lot of cranking. This week for Keith, it's been square bill 1.5, 2.5, Strike King square bill crankbait. Really had it going on yesterday. Big Stringer had a 5-pounder as his anchor fish. 19 pounds, I think at 19.2 for Keith Combs yesterday.
Massive.
He backed off of him a little bit. Today, a much, much slower day for Keith Combs. Sometimes in fishing, you don't know exactly why. We've had a lot of changing conditions. The water coming up, I guess, has been the main problem, but very surprising to only see Keith Combs with 8 pounds at this point of the day.
One of our steady anglers, of course, has been Minnesota's Bob Downey. Staying on the move within his area, trying to really move with the conditions, match the conditions, and be at the right place at the right time. He's been in a pretty good rotation.
He's been in a great rotation, fishing the outside edges of these bushes, the inside. That one right there was right in the middle of all of the bushes. So he's done a great job going farther back in the creek, fishing the outside of the creek, depending on the water level, changing each and every day. It's so ironic that he's in 2nd place. He's really just been maximizing about a 2-mile stretch of shoreline each and every day, where Andrew Loberg is doing just the opposite, fishing new water every day.
Bob Downey just keeps hacking away at it. He's trying to get some traction on Andrew Loberg, but Andrew Loberg seems to answer every time Bob comes up with a good keeper.
He really has. He's had a slower day today, but certainly has not given in any for his lead. I guess he's extended his lead just a little bit from what it was when he started this morning. Got him a limit around the marina just like he has the previous 2 days, but they were much smaller. Then he went out and started chatterbaiting, flipping jig, creature bait, that sort of thing around these bushes. He's lost a good one or two, but he's still done a great job getting a good solid limit today. Not the big limits that he had day 1 and day 2, but we didn't expect anyone to average 18 pounds a day here for 4 straight days.
No.
He's already got 2 good days in the bank, so to speak. Today, you know, it won't be the end of the world if he goes in with 12.9 and a good 4-pound lead. He could probably afford to have another 12, 13-pound day and win this tournament.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing about thinking that it's going to be consistent, but knowing if you get 2 bigger than average bags, you don't have to go meet that expectation the next 2 days, especially if no one else rises to the occasion.
Yeah, just can't have that 8 or 9-pound day.
Exactly. And if he does go catch a 12-pound bag tomorrow, Bob Downey and his pursuers will have to have 5-pounders.
It's only been 14 bags over 15 pounds.
Kyle Welcher has done a great job today, catching some of his fish under the marina boat docks, but really done well back in this. Oh, it's back of a major creek upstream is about all I can tell about it. But he's caught them on a frog, he's caught them on a swim bait, he's caught them on a vibrating jig, caught them on a little bit of everything, a creature bait. Just been catching more fish from mid-morning on than anybody by far that we've had a camera with.
Found him a good bluffy place with the spring-fed cooler water. Kind of made the difference for him. Called it the juice.
Well, it's ugly where he's at right now.
Crank up the jams, Davey Height. KJ Queen just landed a 3.5 pounder. He's up to 14.7 on the day. He's in 10th place from 35th.
Can't help but think what type of music he was listening to in the afternoon on day 3. He has a wide variety on his playlist, no doubt.
Yeah, Logan Latusa, who's made our top 10 so far, was tied for 33rd, and KJ Queen was 35th, and they're both the 14.5 or so. Sneaking in, maybe.
Oh, yeah. You and Lee's fish Smith Lake enough to know what those waterfalls will do for you. It's easy to understand how this lake rises in a hurry.
Yeah, look at the verticality of it there. It's not spreading out and going anywhere. It is just going up.
Wow, it is close. Our last through the top 10. Jordan Lee, 40 pounds, 9 ounces total. Logan Latusa, 1 ounce behind that. KJ Queen, another ounce behind that. Queen knocked De Palma to 11th. And Chris Johnston to 12th.
So that's some type of pump system to pumping the water out of the lake there on that dock.
Oh, is that what that was?
Irrigation.
Oh, okay. Get them coming and going.
Yeah, absolutely.
It should be in the sweet spot. Pretty good little flight over there to Trey McKinney. He's still
Here we are.
closer to the
In
bank.
thunderstorms, reeling a buzz bait. I mean, it should get trashed, but it is not right now. Trying to find a lot of these little runoff places. I've got bit out of most of them, just no size. I'm hoping if I just find the right one. Nothing else I got's working right now, so I'd rather be doing this. It's more fun anyway. I just can't figure out how to get a big bite in this place. I had those few pots offshore. That was I knew they didn't have many fish, but I knew they were the right fish. Caught them, and now they are gone. So now we're trying to improvise. Might get struck by lightning as well, but hopefully not. Oh my gosh, that should have just got demolished. And I'm no expert, that thing looks so good. Anywhere that would have got, look at that, just. Okay. I want the ones on the bluffs, but shoot, half the local boats here that ain't even in the tournaments fishing them.
Logan, obviously you can see which way the rain is blowing, right straight in the direction of his cameraman. So he doesn't particularly like fishing in the rain, but he thinks it's a good time to fish. He told us earlier.
He did. Yesterday when we were having this hard rain, he was gaining ground, culling 2s for 3s.
He seemed to catch fish all day long yesterday. Like, here's another West Logan 2 to 3 pounder.
Well, no one really just profiting from the incoming weather here right now. As expected, it's not very easy to do. Jordan Lee's a little bit of a clear up there. He's going to make a move. Hopefully not someplace where it's raining hard again.
He lives at Gunnersville. You have to watch those storms.
We got plenty more to come. We got a couple hours fishing time for our anglers, maybe a little less than that. We'll be back to commence it when we return.
Yes! Yeah, baby! Freaking tough. I think the rain today could definitely affect it up the rivers. I think this lower half clears up pretty quick because it's pretty clean water. And but the main inflow, the Illinois River, is gonna be pumping mud, I think. But how far down it gets will be a question mark. That's just gonna be a fly by the seat of your pants. If I show up in my area tomorrow and it's mud, then I'm not getting bit, then you're gonna have to adjust and move.
Bob Downey with his assessment of the situation vis-a-vis the weather, which is rain right now on Lake Tenkiller. Take a look at those. A nasty set of clouds right there. Good time to maybe take a bite, eat lunch out of the rain for a minute or two. That's not a bad move right there.
Double duty. He's staying safe and eating lunch.
He said much earlier today, he caught the fish he said's got him in the top 10. He feels pretty confident about that. And at this point, I'd agree with him.
I don't think the heavy stuff's coming down for a while yet.
So Dave Mercer said that by the time the anglers get their weigh-in, probably will not start until 4:15 Eastern, 3:15 Central.
Okay.
Yeah, 45 minutes from first check-in, which it's been starting about 20 minutes after, so that's why that extra 20 or 30 minutes.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So yeah, it should be gone for sure by then, right, Such?
Yeah, whatever you say, David.
Yeah. Keeping in mind, this wasn't even supposed to be happening.
They keep bubbling up. I mean, it's crazy. I can't follow it now. Even the future cast, it's hard to trace where it's going.
Chris
When it's
Johnston
gonna hit.
hooked up.
Oh,
that's not a bad one, is it?
That'll help him.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll help or not.
Oh. I think it will, Chris. Maybe not. It did look a little bigger.
Yeah, he swung it by for a close-up.
Yep. Does help.
3 ounces for Chris. So we got him a couple of spots out of the top 10 as it stands right now.
Definitely an upgrade.
Moving from 12th to 11th. As a matter
Yeah,
of fact.
or from 11th to 10th.
Yeah, could be. Right, because that's right. We got one outlier there.
This is ridiculous.
Because as we all know, it never rains in Canada.
Right.
I spent a better part of a week on Rainy Lake one time, and it's not misnamed.
But I don't really want to. I mean, I'm leaving a lot of that up to you, okay? I prefer not to. Good Lord, it's the rain. It just ain't gonna quit, man. It just ain't gonna quit for right now. We'll have a little time. If it'll slack off, we'll come back around the marina and try to catch us one here. That's all we can do. Oh, now that's doing it right there.
Well, that kind of speaks for itself. Just a ton of water. So that's going to affect tomorrow's fishing, Davey. We're looking at the setup for tomorrow right now is what we're seeing coming down out of the sky.
Yeah, you definitely are. It's obvious that this rising water has hurt the offshore fishermen. Keith Combs having a slower day today because of it. And an hour or two ago, I was thinking, well, maybe if it stops, the water will be falling or at least not be rising tomorrow, and Keith could make some ground up, but not the way it's looking.
Keith Combs currently in 3rd place right now, so hanging in there for the time being.
Really playing out really good for Andrew Loberg. The other, Jordan Lee.
Bob Downey.
And for what it's worth, I don't know if it's a concerted effort amongst the Tenkiller folks who control the release schedules and all that. But this is the first time that it's ever incrementally gone up or down, and just kind of it's been either high dropping, low rising. It hasn't been a teetering in that kind of high, kind of falling for more than a day over the last 2 months, and it's doing that this week. It's keeping it right there.
I don't know this, but I'd be willing to bet they are just releasing it. We just haven't had enough rain north.
Yes.
Coming in from the Illinois River to make it do a lot. This local rain with what they can pull out is what's got it teetering.
Yeah.
It appears that rain north of here, if they get a good bit of it there, then they can't push it out fast enough. That's when it really jumps.
I hate lightning.
Which, based on today, it's hitting the lake, but it was much stronger up north.
Yeah.
It's got to rise tonight. It will have to be. They've managed to get it down
Standing here with a graphite
0.02 feet right now because it's nothing. No change.
If we get a good one, we'll go under that dock.
Hear what he said? Get a good one, we'll go under the dock. He's one good fish away from being safe.
From being safety, yeah.
And
that fisherman's logic is hard to follow sometimes.
There again, I've
safe in multiple ways, yeah.
Fish here. We got to run.
AOY is on his mind.
Looks like there might be room in the end there.
This was exactly like Clark Wendland's AOY win.
That sucked.
David Mullins misses the cut in the final event, watching, but Clark Wendland was high enough in the standings, could have fallen down and given the lead back, so you just don't want to give points back when you're closest guy.
Yeah. Brandon Carr just made it harder. He just caught a 3-pounder. He's in 10th, 11th place now. Must be further down lake. Caleb Kufal caught a 3.5-pounder. He's in the teens right now. And Brandon Card with that 3-0, he's 13-13, 11th place.
That kind of makes sense. Find yourself a bluff wall on the west side of the lake and just hug it as tight as you can.
Yeah.
Trey could figure out how to catch and fish in this situation here. He'd have the upper hand.
Yes,
he'd be in hog heaven
for many reasons.
Now Andrew Loberg hanging on there. Keith Combs, not a lot of movement up and down that leaderboard at the top. And we've had some action bubbling right below the top 10 and in 9th and 10th place here, that is for sure. Jordan Lee trying to stay his position there. Hopefully at some point we're going to pass with this rain here, hopefully soon. Welcome to toad strangling time here on Lake Tenkiller in northeast Oklahoma. We got some big time cells moving through here. That's some, that's some pictures from another time, but let's talk about what's going on right now. And for that, we turn to our Bassmaster Action News Team meteorologist, Gerald Swindle.
We need to do one of them Jim Cantori reporting live from Tenkiller. We out here with possibly an F7 nader, and it's raining, just gusting, and sticks is flying. We might not make it home, Mama. You tell Jake I love him, okay? But he would be leaning in, you know. We're out here, and well, you dummy, you went to where the hurricane was. What do you expect it's gonna be, dummy? We can just catch one more 4-pounder, we could still make it. I believe in us. We just...
Wait till the Weather Channel gets a hold of that. Jim Cantori out, Swindle in. You know that's coming.
You ready? Yeah. Okay.
You're number one.
Good? All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good one.
Yes.
Bob Downey, man of the people. You know, I said he's too nice to be an Elite Series pro, and he is in a good position in this tournament. I want to bring you to the screen of knowledge real quick, the Humminbird screen of knowledge. We're talking about, you know, you look at the top 5, and the last time we were here at Tenkiller, it was 2019. 6 seasons ago we were here, and it was the only time we've been there for the Elite Series. You think about Andrew Loberg, he was still living in California in 2019. He hadn't made his way this way yet. Keith Combs, 7th place in the 2019 edition of this event. And the other 3 anglers in our top 5 right now are all a part of the class of 2020. Kyle Welcher, Wes Logan, Bob Downey, all of those guys are in it to win it this week. And looking back at that class of 20, of the 9 anglers a part of that rookie class, 7 are still in the Elite Series. And those 7 are about as accolade and trophied up as they can be. Austin Felix with a win at Oahe. Welcher, Pascatank victory this year, plus the AOY he won 2 years ago. Buddy Gross, 2 wins. Harris Chain in 22, Eufaula in Alabama in 2020. Taku Ito, we know he won last year at Smith, but also at the St. Lawrence River. Wes Logan did the unthinkable back then, winning on your home fishery. He did it at Neely Henry, similar conditions to this week, basically. Caleb Kufal dominated that Gunnersville event. Bob Downey, the only one of those 7 that has not won either an Elite Series event or an Angler of the Year. He did win an Open that year. He qualified. His highest finish is a 2nd at the St. John's to John Cruz. But this could be the week that Bob Downey gets his breakthrough. He's the closest pursuer basically all week consistently to Andrew Loberg. And the way he's fishing, everything's going right for him. He has been maximizing that little stretch, but maybe if that weather breaks and he can figure out one additional thing, he'll need it tomorrow to make up a little bit of weight.
Let's get back out on the water. You see Downey background there, but now Gerald Swindle in the foreground. Back out to gather some more data for his next weather report, no doubt.
The minnows are active all of a sudden. Big. Hot! What, baby? Come on! Come on! Woo! My bag got a little side. That helped us right there now. I might not put us to tomorrow, but it'll scare him anyway. All right, I'm gonna do something. As Carl would say, I'm gonna. Woo! Got me an old 3-pounder right there. Woo! Y'all gotta be, y'all ride or die, boy. Woo! It's at this time. Dude, I ain't made 5 casts, reeled about a little piece of dry straw in my line that's got tight and I jerked.
Didn't take long when he came out from under the boat slip.
It's a good sign, maybe things to come. Yeah, I think our little cell is maybe passed for now. Bob Downey back out at it again.
Cameras are down, but Keith Combs just landed at 2.5 a little while ago. He's up to 9 pounds, 5 ounces on the day. And Wes Logan, 4-pounder. He's up to 2nd place with 14.5 on the day. 3.5 back of Loberg.
If we can have 4 guys within 4 pounds of the lead, which we're close to right now, that'll make it interesting. 4 pounds is doable. Even if he catches 12 or 13, you know, you still can get to that 16, 17 mark we've seen a couple times.
What's that?
The rain has brought some catches on Logan Latuso, also called the 2.5 pounder. He's got the biggest bag of the day, 14-13. He's kind of solidified 8th place right now.
Looking for a big bite. It's been raining. I'm just grinding away best I can. Picked up a jig. Lining pretty, not terrible, but bad enough. It's not ideal. Hit under the bridge for a minute. I feel like I'm just one really nice bite away, making the top 10. The bites have just gotten less and less. Seems like each day. There's one. Nope. Thought he was a good one. will help. I'm just waiting. No. I got 2 1 3/4 I'd love to get rid of just with even 2-pounders. Just give me a little bit more. But it's been fun, you know. I've gotten to fish shallow this week and just kind of poke around. It's definitely, if I had to choose a way to fish, you know, either a jig or, you know, flipping shallow like this, it's definitely fun. Seems like the fish though, you know, like that bite right there, he got all this beautiful cover. You see with your eyes right here, and they're not really in it. That fish was kind of just away. And I had a good bite, or just a, you know, a decent bite just a minute ago that was kind of out, just like they're not really wanting to be in the cover, whether it's the clouds or just the water kind of falling. That makes it kind of challenging for my brain too, because I'm like, man, I want to cast all this stuff, but I haven't necessarily caught them out of that. I think this last little bit, I'm gonna just try to fish wood. Got about an hour left. Just
Jordan Lead kind of mapping out what remains of his day as we get closer and closer to check-in time. That's a little more than an hour away. For our first flighters here, time now for our Yamaha on the line, and for that we have got Kyle Jesse. Kyle is finding shelter. That's kind of been one of your main jobs today, is getting out of the rain, staying out of the rain. And as we look at the leaderboard right now, and it's constantly changing, especially towards the bottom, we'll take away, say, the bottom 3 spots there because we don't know who's going to be there. If you are 6 pounds or more back at the start of the day tomorrow, what's it going to take for you to be able to put yourself back in the conversation? It's going to be tough, right?
That's a great question. Yeah, no doubt. That's a great question, Tommy. I think we've seen the upper ends of what can come from this tournament. We've seen, obviously, a 19-pound bag, 18 yesterday from Loberg. I think if you have somewhere around that range and the guys ahead of you stumble, you certainly have a chance. If there's one thing we do know about this tournament is it's very volatile. I mean, the weather, the water conditions, the water levels, you know, those bigger bites are obviously extremely hard to come by. Not necessarily right this minute. It seems like a lot of guys are catching those better than average size fish, especially inside the top 10. But I'd say if you're in that upper teens, especially if somebody were to bust a 20-pound bag tomorrow, one thing we have not seen this tournament, I think you're going to have a really, really good chance anywhere inside the top 10, especially, like you said, in the top 6.
So, Kyle, you mentioned water levels, water conditions. You've been there all week and been keeping up with the water levels, keeping up with it before you ever went out there, because it has been up and down so much. I mean, today it looks like it's not rained as much to us, but there's maybe more lightning. But you being there, do you think it's more rain overall? And the reason I'm asking is, do you think the water will come up? It seemed to come up just about 3 inches last night. But do you think it'll be on the rise even more, or not so much? I mean, like I said, we tell there's more lightning in the area today, but is there more water, more rain, more chance of the water coming up?
I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, last night we had a big rain here. I assumed the water was going to come up way more than it did, just based on the amount of rain we got. Just a few inches, as you mentioned. So certainly less last night into today. And yeah, it's kind of been weird. You know, today during live cast and the halftime show, it seemed to rain a lot here in Tahlequah, but there on the lake when we were watching, it seemed to never be raining nearly as hard. Definitely, you know, not as much rain as we've got here. I'm going to say it's not going to move up as much as it might look like based on what I'm standing here hiding from the rain. But I think that's spot on, Davey. I don't think it's going to raise a whole lot, but I'm not going to say it's going to drop a lot either.
Kyle, as someone who fished this lake a lot when you were at the University of Arkansas, you had your probably preconceived notions of this, but I know when I saw the schedule announced and we saw mid-June in Oklahoma, I thought, man, it's going to be a hot grinder. Bites are going to be of the premium. How have you looked at this tournament as someone who knows this body of water pretty well and fished it a lot? I am very pleased with the way this tournament, it's playing out much more like a late spring tournament than a summer tournament. And it has been phenomenal numbers and the way they're catching them.
100%. I mean, we've talked about it all day long today. I'm sure the anglers, probably a lot of them, don't love the instability, obviously, with the weather, the water levels, all the things that have been changing. But from a viewer standpoint and just a fan watching, I think it's made the event that much more entertaining. The high waters obviously allowed such a good shallow bite. I mean, if you looked at this tournament on the schedule 2 months ago, you would think a lot of guys would be doing what, you know, we saw Trey McKinney doing early on in the tournament, Jay Securit, some of those guys that fished offshore. You even heard Jason Christie talk a lot about it. Is there are still plenty of fish out there. The consistency, you know, with the conditions have harmed that bite, the offshore bite. But I mean, from a viewer standpoint, I don't think you could ask for anything better because, number one, they're being challenged each and every day with the changing conditions, but it's allowed there to be a much, much better shallow bite, like you said. If you looked at the schedule, you know, a couple months ago, I don't think anybody would have anticipated that, but it's been a great event to watch so far from my perspective.
Kyle, thank you so much. That's Yamaha on the line. Kyle Jesse there on the side of the Tahlequah Casino.
I definitely didn't think, Davey, we'd have two title events back-to-back with the Sabine and Tenkiller with how much it's came up and down in the same day. It kind of feels like it's one of those tournaments.
Yeah. It's been fun. It's been fun and a lot more to go. Not as much as it was yesterday. Full day.
Got some more fishing on the way from Lake Tenkiller here in northeast Oklahoma. We'll be back with more on Bassmaster Live. 2025 Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller, Tahlequah, Oklahoma. Part of the group of folks who partner up with us to put on a big event like this. And of course, we want to say thanks to our local host, the Oklahoma Ozarks Tourism Association, for everything that they do. This is bass fishing country up here. And Lake Tenkiller seems to be the headquarters for a lot of it. And we appreciate all the folks up here, the hospitality, the crowds that come out, the volunteers that help out. Get this thing going, and we are getting closer and closer to the end of the third day of competition at the 7th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Let's go to two-time Classic champion Jordan Lee hooked up.
Yes. I have figured something out. Decent one. I might figure something out here. What? Just gonna get rid of number one. Two and a half. Gives me 13. That's a good one. I don't know. Yeah, that's good coal. Good coal. That was nice.
Tell me what just happened, because I missed it. Just pulled up after this little rainstorm to the stretch. My second flip, we got one.
Small upgrade. Small upgrade is a upgrade though here, a small upgrade could mean everything.
Goes to the 3-pounder, Davey. He's got 13.9 on the day in his 12-ounce lead. Keith Combs answered with his own 2-pounder. He's over 10 pounds just right now. 4-4 difference from Loberg to Combs.
McKinney currently in 8th place. He's hooked up.
There we go. If he was healthy, it'd be really good, but it's not. Feels like a 3-pounder. I don't think it is. Still a good one though. It's on that big line, that big heavy line. Ooh, that's a good one actually. Yellow. That helped us big time. 2.5.
I was about to say, he said not healthy. Easy now. Long and lean people can be appreciated, and they might say you're not healthy, Trey. Watch out.
Good, decent one, maybe. They're cold. Heating up. Heating up a little bit. Late in the day. He's gonna help a little bit too. He's gonna get rid of number 4.
3 helpers in a row. Loberg, McKinney, Lee.
Definitely picking up in the last 20 minutes.
15 fish in the last 15 minutes.
Wow.
It's because everyone started fishing again. The lake finally got a 15-minute break.
218, 2.18, 2 1/4. It's my smallest one. Yep.
It's gonna Colin. I think he said that's gonna be his smallest one now.
Yes, I think so.
Nice.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't do it.
Oh, that fish didn't go back. I thought I heard something. I'm glad I didn't catch.
It would have been a 2-pound penalty too.
Ooh.
He heard it. He thought he pitched it out and it did not go out.
I heard something.
Thankfully he did.
Whew.
That would have been very unfortunate.
I threw him back and he didn't make it back, and I get a penalty because
I made a 6-foot.
So if he would have just cast, right then, and he didn't, he just heard something and stopped himself. Wow.
Uh-oh.
There we go. They are biting.
Small as a 2-4.
I don't think he's going to weigh in 13 pounds, guys.
No. Smallest is a 2-4, and that fish is 2 3/4.
Anglers are going to be saying, I'm going to need a 20-pound bag tomorrow unless he slips.
He has moved around so much. I mean, he's not around a lot of boats.
He's had his section of the lake, but yeah, Dave, like you said,
Yeah,
it's
like
just,
a whole section.
Yes, yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen another boat in the background with him.
Wow.
Throughout the tournament.
And every other angler you see, if you look around, you'll see 2 or 3 boats.
Yeah. Too many catches to digest. Brock Mosley, a 3-pounder. Takuito, a 3 1/4 pounder. He's up to 14.5. Chris Johnson was 10th a while ago. He's 16th right now with that.
I don't know if that'll help.
Looked big at first. Oh boy.
Be careful.
That was a cluster. Big head on it. Gonna be close.
Weird. A lot of upgrades. A lot of upgrades.
Look at the leaderboard right there, and that reflects that last fish from Andrew Loberg. Now above the 50-pound mark here.
5.5 pound lead.
The day left to fish here. A good little part of today left to fish here. Keith Combs hanging in there in second place. Wes Logan, Bob Downey, and Kyle Welcher rounding out the top 5. Jordan Lee, a little help for him right there. Of course, we got Gerald Swindle and Trey McKinney having fallen a little bit down the leaderboard, well, a good bit down for Trey McKinney during the course of today. We'll be right back. Bit of fishing time left in our live broadcast of the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller, northeast Oklahoma. This is day number 3, very important day with regard to the championship because only 10 people are going to get to shoot for it. The top 10 at the end of the day are the ones who qualify. If we were to stop right now, unofficially, that is who would be included in the 10 right now, but we got a lot of people bubbling under that 10, and we've got a lot of movement still yet to come during the course of this day. Still an hour's worth of fishing time minus travel time for our first flighters. Let's take a look at who's going to be the winner of the Marathon Peak Performance. There he is right there, Davey, our leader.
He's got to be our leader for Marathon Peak Performance, also tournament leader, Andrew Loberg. Trying to make it wire to wire. Certainly had a good day today. Got a much slower start today, but man, he has gotten it done in the afternoon. Moving around a lot, fishing what he says just looks good, and we have seen him fish a lot of different baits. Started today out, though, with a good 3-pound 4-ouncer at 8 o'clock this morning, 8:28. Another 3.8 at 1:29 p.m. Andrew Loberg, Marathon Peak Performance of the day, of the tournament.
Trying to go wire to wire is Andrew Loberg. Let's take it out to Kyle Welcher, another angler who's moved up the leaderboard today. Give us sizing up of his situation.
There's fish on all this stuff, but can't get them to bite. Yeah. Some of them are big ones too, but that's where they should be, you know, this time of year. Need about a 4. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I think Kyle just talking to a fan, a spectator there that's been with him this afternoon, seen him catch a lot of fish. And Kyle's saying there's fish on all this stuff. I think he's referring to all that cover right now. He's on flatter banks where there's some bushes and some isolated cover more so than earlier. He was on those steep bluff walls and said there was a spring there and it was the juice. And boy, was it. He was catching fish when no one was catching them there for a period, or very few fish were being caught. But the last 20 minutes, everyone seemed to be upgrading.
I wonder if he just spent a short time there because he didn't want to be seen there.
Might be, might be.
Remember how Chris Johnson was in 10th place? He's 17th right now. That's how many guys have caught bigger fish and leapfrogged them.
Gosh, it's hard to get one to call right now. Getting some bites, but I don't think he's gonna help.
Help?
There's a lot of fish in this lake. It's like every stretch you go down.
I will have to agree, there is a lot of fish in that lake.
I feel like we've been on lakes 3 times that size with
Oh, yeah.
fewer fish.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Certainly fewer catchable fish, it would seem. This Johnson really has gotten it in gear today in a big way. He's played with small fish early to start.
All right, run at a time. Got 50 minutes left till check-in. Really just need one good bite. Have a decent day. One good one. That's all we need. Haven't had a crack at one yet today.
Jay Shakira, who came into this event 42 points up in the AOY, missing the cut in 51st by 1 ounce. Chris Johnston has lost 10 points today.
What's that?
So Jay is up by 8, and McKinney is 14
I think it
back.
affects us, the fishermen, more than the fish, to be honest. I've still got some bites in this crap weather. They're still biting, just can't find the big ones. I went and did the whole live scope thing for about an hour this morning, and I'm not sure what was going on, but I saw 2 or 3, but they wouldn't even come close to eating what I was throwing. It wasn't as good as yesterday. Yesterday you throw something at them, they came right up and ate it, but this weather, it sucks. I'm okay with fishing in rain, but the lightning, not a fan. It's let up a little bit now. Still a little bit of lightning in the air, but I think the fish will still eat. Put it in front of the right one. I'm just fishing this spot fairly quick. I fished it this morning and caught one, lost one. And then we're gonna hit a couple more stretches on the way back to the ramp. Hopefully get one big bite. I ain't even being greedy. A 3-pounder would be nice.
He's got a small of 111, so he needs about a 3-pounder. Would get him, make up the difference.
Oh, that's a lightning bolt right there.
Tommy, we came back from commercial break and it said, "Welcome to Tahlequah, Oklahoma." It said, "Home in Northeastern State." And it made me think, oh, our Jason Christie played college basketball at Northeastern State. Let me just look up maybe some news clippings or some stats from it. They started officially keeping them archived on the website in '96 and '97. But I found one game where Jason Christie in January of '95 scored 22 points, had 2 rebounds and an assist, was efficient from the field, really great from 3, perfect from the free throw line. I mean, 2 offensive rebounds. Number 31 from Tahlequah, Jason Christie, not too bad of a hooper.
There you go. they got the system of what they call directional universities in Oklahoma. They got a southeastern, a northeastern, a southwest. You know, it's pretty competitive.
D2.
Yeah,
D2.
D2 is pretty. A lot of the schools can have good teams from time to time.
Just a basketball topic, but somebody was saying high D2 is more competitive than low D1. You know, there's those D1 programs that are just struggling, and you get to the D2 level, the good teams there really put out some players. And maybe once upon a time, 6 foot, what is Jason, 6'4", 6'3"?
I'd say 6'3".
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe 6'4".
You go to athletic events, both those levels there. And the only thing you notice, you don't see a big change in skill levels.
Size.
It's size.
Yeah.
Size of the athlete.
The ability to go from this guy can dunk, everybody can dunk well, or this, we're limited to this or that,
When I played high school ball, we would scrimmage some D2. We had some D2 colleges, you know, within 30 miles or so, several of them, and we would, you know, scrimmage. Obviously, we weren't playing them games, but gosh, there was some good D2 basketball players. Like I say, but they'd be 6'1" instead of 6'4".
Exactly.
You know, your guards were 6 foot, 6'1", maybe 6'2", versus 6'3", 6'4".
Same thing in football, too, or even more so, I would say, in football. Andrew Loberg, your leader, hanging in there, trying to go wire to wire on this thing and making a pretty good case for setting himself up to do just that. When tomorrow rolls around, we still got business to take care of today. The top 10 has to be established so we can move on and have a field for tomorrow. We take a look at the ones right above that 10 mark there. Brandon Card making a big play, moving up the leaderboard today. Brock Mosley, Taku Ito. Kind of figured he would be a factor in this tournament from the very beginning. Greg DePalma spent some time in the top 10 during the course of this. Go to Eber, good start. He's hanging in there in the top 20 throughout most of this. Through Chris Johnston now down there in the bottom part of the teams. 2025 Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. This is stop number 7. The Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller, and this is the last part of the day. Very important day number 3. Our live coverage is paid for, sponsored by TH Marine. We appreciate that. Appreciate you hanging with us today. We appreciate our anglers and our camera folks especially hanging in there today through some tough conditions for the second day in a row. A lot of storms, blustery weather, rain, lightning, electricity, all these things. Anglers have to figure in a safety plan and a fishing plan at the same time. It ain't easy. Over to Gerald Swindle.
Big smallmouth, he's hung up. Broke my line. God almighty. I could do, dude. He was hung in there, and I had to. You got to keep pulling, you know. He was wrapped up. Let's see if I got another one. Nothing you can do. I knew he wouldn't stay on there.
We're right in the middle of one of these dead bushes, no greenery there, but got him hung up. Said it was a big smallmouth. I couldn't quite tell, but certainly he could see him better than we could.
Needs to
Getting
get
a little dark this afternoon. It's hard to see.
Yeah.
Needs to cull about another half pound. He's got a couple 2-pounders in there. Brandon Card actually just culled to 14.5 on the day. He's in 9th place now, tied with Logan Latuso, total of 40 pounds, 14 ounces. And Carl Jacobson has passed Chris Johnston.
We've caught us a good 3-pounder, maybe a little over, but thought we got a leg up in life. And went to cull, and my smallest one has passed away, so we're still going to keep grinding this out. I think if I could just catch one more of them 3-pounders, even though after everything's happened, I still have a puncher's chance. And I just had a smallmouth hung up on top of that bush back there that would have culled, broke off. And I've caught a short and missed one, so I think I just pulled in a little pocket that they're trying to bite in. But, man, we're just dodging lightning. We don't know whether to go in or high. We don't know where to go. Every time we think it's over, it hits again. So
This is in the last 30, 40 minutes of the tournament we had a fish. Looks of it like it's really booming in Tahlequah, but it's got us a little gun shy. I'm just gonna keep pitching my brush hog, old big zoom brush hog, watermelon red. I'm pitching a 1/2 ounce weight. Got 40-pound SX1 braid on here, tied to a 25-pound leader, sunlight. I'm just pitching around. I caught that other good one on swimming a jig, and I missed one when I first pulled in here swimming a jig, and I don't know if it's just starting to bite, but gonna kind of just move around. Oh, God. That was one of them, grabbed it right there, and I felt like a smallmouth. I went to reel it out, and they just starts hitting funny, man. Probably lightning struck scared. We're gonna get us one. We're gonna be confident right here in one of these bushes. I'm gonna catch us a 4.5. We're gonna go in and celebrate having a bad day and a good day all at the same time. How about that? I mean, that's why I sell PMA merchandise, you know, because I ain't doing that as a gimmick. You ride around me, you're gonna need a positive mental attitude because stuff happens. Some of it self-inflicted, some of it not. I think just the watercolor's really helping these bushes. I had that thought earlier that I thought it was clearing up so much in some of them places. It was getting harder and harder to catch. Watermelon red with a chartreuse tail. That's a good bush right here. Got some green in it and some dead. And it's got a big base on it, so. That could be the very bush we're looking for. I'm gonna think that way anyway. Get it up in there, I'm gonna go around it and then try to get right in them leaves. It seemed like this since this last storm went through though, everything started getting active. And all morning we haven't really seen the bait flickering, and it's kind of been weird, stagnant, but see, it's one of them Shaquille O'Neal bushes, blocking every shot I put in there. Now I'm in there where I need to be. Got most of my bites this week flipping over in something and kind of straight up and down jiggling it. That mud's coming in out of the back of this creek. It's coming in as fast as them poor boys down there can get it out, so. Good bush right here. I just feel like I'm finna catch him. I like a little leaves. I don't want it too leafy where you can't see it. I want him to feel like he's protected, but yet I can get it down in there to him.
You know what that is, Tommy? That is, we've got Little League Baseball every Saturday the rest of the month. We're going to Tenkiller and tubing whether it's raining or sunny, and those boys got to go tubing in the rain all day. We got one free weekend this summer.
I can't hear you. Oh, okay. You just fish.
Simple instructions, just fish. Looking on Bob Downey one more time, he has shown us a lot of good fish catches today, that's for sure. You got one more.
Oh, maybe. It's kind of shrinking on me. Huh? I gotta keep her down on the lower end here, but needs to be bigger than 2 pounds to help us. It might, it's fat. Nope. Shrunk on us. Just under 2, but that's a bite. It's a good sign. We only got about 20 minutes left. I'm in a stretch where I've caught some 3-pounders, so that's what we need right now. That, or even honestly just 2.5. Something to bump us up a little bit. We'll go a long ways. Our smallest is...
Bob Downey, as it stands right now, unofficially 6 pounds and 14 ounces behind our leader right now. So for all the good work he's done today, he's just nearly lost a little ground in the course of the day. Wes Logan is 5'9" back, and Keith Combs just under 5 pounds back of our leader, Andrew Loberg. Andrew Loberg, the upshot of that is he has laid the groundwork.
Man, steady Eddie. Everybody else is going to be thinking, what can I do in my areas different tomorrow? We might see Bob swim a jig more. We may see a swim bait more. Like Combs may stick to a crankbait more, you know.
Yeah.
It's just, what do you do to get that bigger bite?
Yeah, when you think it's just a random 3 or 4 pounder that separates everyone, and it's kind of luck, or no, not so much. Andrew Loberg has been able to catch them every single day. Just a better class of fish.
Watch out, Wes Logan just got another one. 3-2, he's up to 15.5 pounds on the day, cutting that lead. Biggest bag.
That's what we want.
We may see him over 16 when we get to weigh in and make it official.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a ton of fun out there watching all that fish catching going on today. Final wrap-up for the day is the weigh-in. That begins around 4 o'clock Eastern Time up at the Casino Tahlequah, Cherokee Casino Tahlequah. You can find it right here on Bassmaster.com. We'll see how the weigh-in deals with rain and wind and
hey, I tell you one
everything
thing,
else here.
Might be a quick weigh-in.
It could be.
Might be a
we've
quick
had
weigh-in.
quick weigh-ins before. It works. It absolutely works. It may be the case today, but either way, we'll have 10 anglers ready to go tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Time.
Let's go!
We'll have it for you on Bassmaster.com and FS1 in the morning. Afternoon session will be on the Fox Network here, so you definitely want to check out some of that action tomorrow. The Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, a Lowrance Elite at Lake Tenkiller.